I don't do projection at all. I will not take that in. I will react every time. Because what's that called? It starts with an A. Yeah, we don't do that.
Hello. Welcome to the Detroit Experience. I'm an android and I'll be your hostess. Before we begin, let's make some adjustments to optimize your experience. These language settings were detected on your console. Are they correct? Please adjust your screen settings. Thank you. Now select your profile. When this sign is displayed, please do not turn off your console. You are now ready to begin Detroit. Remember, this is not just a story. This is our future.
Negotiator on site. Repeat. Negotiator on site.
No, stop. I can't leave her. Please, please, you gotta save my little girl. Wait. You're sending an android?
All right, ma'am. You need to go.
You can't do that. Why aren't you sending a real person? Show me that thing here! Keep that thing away from my daughter! Keep it away from me!
Give a shit. My men are ready to step in. Just give the order.
Right? I'm not here to endure anything. I'm not here to be talked to anybody with love. Love and positivity. I just want again. So who's in that mode? You. I don't talk that way. You don't get to bring weird jargon, all right, to my show that's a full-scale successful business because, oh, you don't know how to succeed. See what I'm saying? That's what they're trying to do. So they'll try to downplay, oh, it's not a big deal. It's a huge deal that I'm running this business. It's a huge deal that I operate a broker place. See, I won. What do you mean? I'm in a great mood every day. I love life. I understand exactly what you're trying to do. You said it word for word. You made your intentions clear, and I have your voicemails. And the feds and FBI are going to investigate, and they're going to listen to your voicemails at some point. They have no choice. They're on this phone. You understand? So, like I said, I have That exact individual that was just typing, I have their voicemails, I have complete proof of their plot. And they have called everyone, and they have established corrupt connections to go against me. That is what happened. And that is the reason why it's so hard for me to do anything, why I can't get a job anywhere, why I can't do nothing. And I've already succeeded. I've succeeded on my own. I don't need y'all. I don't need your jobs. So what do you mean? Well, what are you talking about? I'm the one selling this. You're the one who's feeling that, whatever you're talking about. I'm here winning. Yeah. So how do you feel about that? Tell us how you feel. Come on, how do you feel? Are you coping with my success? Well, no, right? It's such a big deal, huh? Can you imagine? Yeah, and I make money off these folks. I get paid for them to be jealous. Serious. Like, I don't care about that. It's just you got to talk to me. Right? See what I'm saying? We're going to keep on moving with love and compassion. Like I said, it is what it is. Other than that, like I said, I set up everything the right way. I went out on my way to work with Christina and everyone. Like I said, I've done everything to protect my blessings. God has to give me my blessings regardless. You know, honestly, with me, it's just too much. It's too much stress. I'm good. I'm going to walk away from all this and all of you. I don't want nothing to do with y'all. You know what I mean? With me, I'm going to, of course, I'm going to have what I have. I'll be straight, but I'm going to do whatever I need to do to get away from this completely. I don't deserve this. I just literally got a milestone within my business, and these people are doing all this, and there's no way for them to do this. Like I said, if these corrupt officials weren't in on it. If they were doing their job, and they were not against me, and this is why you hear crickets out here, and they're silent as a mouse, because they know what it is. They know reality, and they know I caught them red-handed. Right. Yeah, no, y'all ain't fooling nobody, bro. You understand? No. I already caught y'all red-handed, bro. We have the actual confirmation. I saw it with my own eyes. It's on your cameras. Which happened? Y'all are supposed to have mic'd up cameras, right? So why didn't you investigate that matter? You want to talk about investigation? You need to investigate your own department. Common sense. I mean, we just proved they're all corrupt. What are you talking about? Yeah, see, that's the thing, bro. I'm done talking to any of you. We ain't got nothing to talk about. Y'all the enemy. Y'all want to be jelly? Be jelly. I see them driving around like right now, like this dude. They all look paranoid. They all look paranoid. They all know what it is. They all know they've been caught. All these folks out here in this neighborhood, all these places, they all took bribes from Carly Fiorina. 100% Carly Fiorina is who put all these people up to doing this. They all took money. That's what this is about. Yep, that's why y'all had them folks gang stalking me in Austin, right? That Evo dude is who sent them. 100%. This is all proven. All proven, bro. Y'all is funny, bro. Acting like someone can keep proof and documentation of everything over years and years. Like phone screens mess up, phones mess up. Come on, bro. It's not my job to keep on getting evidence. These people will never stop giving me evidence.
Alright, so make sure I'm on the right line.
Captain Allen, my name is Connor. I'm the android sent by CyberLife.
It's firing at everything that moves. It already shot down 2 of my men. We could easily get it, but they're on the edge of the balcony. If it falls, she falls.
Do you know if it's been behaving strangely before this?
I haven't got a clue. Does it matter?
I need information to determine the best approach. Have you tried its deactivation codes?
It's the first thing we tried. Listen, Saving that kid is all that matters. So either you deal with this fucking android now, or I'll take care of it.
All units hold positions. Negotiators going in.
Ready to assault.
Don't come any closer or I'll jump!
No, please, I'm begging you!
Go, go, go!
My name is Connor. What about you? What is your name?
Daniel! Yeah, that's the name they gave me! Stay back!
I know you're angry, Daniel. But you need to trust me and let me help you.
I don't want your help! Nobody can help me! All I want is for all this to stop! I just want all this to stop!
Listen, I know it's not your fault. These emotions you're feeling are just errors in your software.
No, it's not my fault. I never wanted this. I love them, you know? But I was nothing to them. Just a slave to be ordered around.
There's no way out, Daniel. What you've done is too serious. The only question is whether or not you take another innocent life.
It's not up to you. I'm holding all the cards. If I die, she dies. You hear me?
You're defective, Daniel. There's a problem with your software. We're going to fix you, and everything will be okay.
I don't need to be fixed. I'm working perfectly. But my eyes are open now. I will never let anyone humiliate me again. Ever! I can't stand that noise anymore! Tell that helicopter to get out of here!
The situation is under control.
There. I did what you wanted. You have to trust me, Daniel. Let the hostage go, and I promise you, everything will be fine.
I want everyone to leave! And I want a car. When I'm outside the city, I'll let her go.
This is the top-of-the-range household assistant. It cooks 10,000 different dishes.
Come on, Zoe, let's go.
200 languages and dialects. And handles the kids' home care, elementary school, up to good afternoon.
Wow. Honey, it looks amazing. This is exactly what we need.
How much did you say it cost?
At the moment, we're doing a special promotion on this entire range at $7,999 with a 48 months interest-free credit. And it comes with a 2-year warranty for parts and labor. Painting, plumbing, gardening, repairs.
We'll take it.
An excellent choice. If you'll just follow me, we'll process the order. The NPA is slightly more expensive, but it has many other functions. Come along and I'll show you.
I don't like this guy.
There it is. It was a bit difficult getting it back in working order.
Okay.
It was really messed up. What'd you say happened to it again?
The car hit it. Stupid accident.
Ah, I see. Anyway, it's as good as new now, except that we had to reset it. Meaning we had to wipe its memory. I hope you don't mind.
That'll be fine.
Okay. Did you give it a name?
My daughter did.
AX400. Register your name.
Kara.
My name is Kara.
like to go home now?
Yes, Rose. Yes, I think that's enough.
Here. Let me help you.
Oh, thank you, dear.
they banned soda from food stamps. This is part of the no more hogs policy. Now, I'll have an unpopular opinion about this. I know some people... It does. It just creates a ton of resentment, and that's where it's at. You look after my food stamps just hit. That's a lot. Yeah, this is what a family... A 19-year-old teen suddenly looks up our $3K in food stamps. Oh my god. $1,800 food stamps. In the spending and selling some of her $1,800 food stamps. Wait, so she's buying the food and then reselling it? Captain Crunch.
That's $250.
Uh-oh. Al? Yep. There it is. And so you see this happen. The average person sees this happen. And Dr. Pepper. And I had no job. I had no intention of a job. I never wanted a job. I just wanted to sit home all day, jack off, and play video games. No, was? Well, now I'm not anymore. Now I do the same thing, but I have a camera on, so it's totally different. And so yeah, anyway, I have no problem paying for the next generation of losers to do this because they paid for me to do it. I feel like it's kind of like it's a cycle of life. I have an obligation to pay for the next generation of needs to sit at their mom's house and jerk off to, fucking stupid shit and play video games. But a lot of other people don't have the same viewpoint that I do. I'm paying it forward. I'm paying it forward. And I know you might not like my viewpoint on this, but it's based on my personal experience. By the way, this is the kind of cornbread that my mom and I get all the time. Bro, this is the best cornbread. It's not even remotely close. Is this food stamps though?
It's in sugar cane and you get them from something. For the government and pieces like we gotta get it about
Would Trump say no more snacks on EBT, so you go spend 1K at Sam's, part 1? What do you mean, part 1? EBT is food stamps. SNAP is food stamps. Yeah, definitely. What a wordsmith. Yeah. Oh my fucking god. Well, let me see if there's a couple more of these, and oh, here we go. This is he only receives $23 a month in food stamps, while a migrant in the community has a $13,000 balance. That's a problem. Let's see if I find it.
Which one do y'all be eating? Come on, faster.
That's ridiculous, yeah.
Oh, and y'all, by the way,
see, again, we did this same shit. I did this exact same shit, bro. I did.
Tiffany plate, because I'm about to eat that too. This ain't Tiffany, this is top. This is Tiffany.
Yeah. Bacon. Go check on me. Hold on. I can't. You have to move them around.
Let's get it. No, get it.
Get it, yeah, ball out. God damn. God damn. Jesus. Yeah. Oh, more pickles. God. Oh, I get those. I don't get those. These are gross. Man. Thank you. How much was it? Snap purchase. So she spent $382 of food stamps and $4 of our own money. That's right.
Water, how you look at things are absolutely 100% the home of part of Canada.
Verily, I say unto thee, the day shall come when we will have to pay the price for our arrogance. On that day, we shall have to explain our acts of idolatry. Why do you look at me so, demon? I know who you are. I can see through you. You are the one by whom the evil will come. You are the one who will destroy Detroit. We built these androids to be our slaves, but the slaves are becoming the master. We can no longer live without them. They're in our homes, our schools, our factories. They take our jobs. They mind our children. They care.
Stuff I'm talking about in this video, it doesn't bring me joy. There's a lot of like negativity-ish in this video, but that's just the news cycle. Things are not looking good for Canada, even for the conservative side of Canada, like Pierre Poilievre running in the by-election, just recently answered a question about Alberta separatism, which I've said from the beginning, if Pierre is forcing people to choose between himself or separatism or referendum or Alberta independence or the West leaving Canada, it's going to be awakening for a lot of people in Alberta. So there's just a lot of stuff to take a look at, and I hope you do stick around for the whole thing. This is we're talking about so much different news from the left and from the right. That's a perfect introduction into today's sponsor. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still pretty sad about the money probably going to get significantly more in a few years, but it's just starting off with the fact that President Donald Trump has said that he may want to actually run for president in 2028. Probably not, but I'd like to run, he says.
Unless I run again.
Are you going to run again?
No, probably not. Probably not.
And you're not gonna fire Jay Powell. We're gonna all stuff in.
Hey, Becky, I'd like to run. I have the best phone numbers I've ever had. You know why? Because people love the tariffs, and they love the trade deal, and they love the countries, and they love that foreign countries aren't ripping us off anymore. For years they ripped us off, friend and foe. Unless I run again.
I mean, it's not just Republicans that like the tariffs, it's all of America likes the tariffs. You see the surplus month after month. People can be angry about politics and X, Y, and Z, but when it comes time to it, more money in your pockets means you're probably going to be. America be thriving while Canada simultaneously shits the bed. Yeah, that's just our leaders. That's our leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Then you've got Spain has apparently dismantled a smuggling ring, moving migrants to Canada with fake passports.
Police in Spain say they've dismantled a criminal network suspected of smuggling migrants into Canada and the U.S. Canada and the UK. Police say they began their investigation after the Canada Border Services Agency alerted officials about cases of Yemeni nationals entering the country with fake travel documents. Police say 11 suspected gang members were arrested. The group is said to have charged over $3,000 US per migrant.
Oh my goodness. Canada is so good at policing our borders and all that stuff that we have other countries do the work for us. Thank goodness Spain caught on to this, because otherwise we would have just had those people plus more come into our country like they have been. Our security in this country is an absolute joke. I don't even understand. Like, you think that the government has it all figured out, that the government is like spying on people all the time, listening to phone calls, monitoring text messages, making sure that terrorists aren't coming into this country, and then a shit ton of terrorists come into this country. You just kind of have to wonder, what the hell is going on with our freaking government? Well, not what's going on with our government, but what's going on with other governments is a bit alarming. You know how Mark Carney is saying, Europe, that country, we align more with European values than American values, or whatever the hell he said, or Muslim values. I don't even know. I don't even care. But we all know that Mark Carney wants Canada to join Europe, the European Union. There's all these weird polls that have come out recently that show that 50% or whatever of Canadians want to join the European Union. It's very weird. Well, a tough reality check is that, hey, Europe might not be that good of a place to join when it comes to tariffs. Let's take a look here. Apparently, you've got 35% tariffs that are being threatened on Europe by President Trump.
Mr. President, what kind of teeth, though, are in those investments? What kind of teeth are in those investments that would force the EU to make those investments? If they don't make those investments, what happens on the other side?
Well, then they pay tariffs of 35%. No, they put down their tariffs. So they paid $600 billion, and because of that, I reduced their tariffs from 30% down to 15%. And a couple of countries came, how come EU is paying less than us? And I said, well, because they gave me $600 billion. And that's a gift. That's not like, a loan, by the way. That's not a loan that, 3 years comes up, we have to pay it back. There's nothing to pay back. They gave us $600 billion that we can invest in anything we want.
The deal that
nobody knows it, Becky. Nobody knows it, because, they don't know.
No, we have been trying to figure out the details on that, Mr. President. So
there are no details. The details are $600 billion to invest in anything I want. Anything. I can do anything I want with it. And the purpose was they've been, ripping us for so many years that it's time that they pay up. And they have to pay up. We couldn't afford to have the deficits. Look, I did something with Switzerland the other day.
I spoke to their prime minister, the woman was nice, but she didn't want to listen. And they said essentially no tariffs. And I said, we have a $41 billion deficit with you, madam. I didn't know her. I said, we have a $41 billion deficit. And you want to pay 1% tariffs. You wanted 1%. I said, you're not going to pay 1%. We lose. Because I think deficit is lost. You know, you have some people, by the way, I think
Pharmaceuticals are a big issue with Switzerland. I think.
Well, I'll go into pharmaceuticals. They make a fortune with pharmaceuticals, and they make a lot of pharmaceuticals in China and Ireland and everything else. And within the next week or so, we're going to be announcing tariffs on specifically. This is a separate class of the 15% tariffs on sort of everything. These are excluded classes, I call them. I like to call them excluded, like steel, aluminum, etc.
He ain't messing around, I'll tell you that. I mean, countries think that they're safe, and now they're quickly finding out that no, they're not, unless you're willing to give America a lot of money or give America some land or all that stuff. You will be tariffed, and it will hurt a lot. And Canada, for some reason, has this mindset where that just doesn't make any sense. How could that possibly be? We've been neighbors. Come on, we fought in the same wars. We deserve, we're entitled. Please, give me. And look, I'm Canadian, born and raised in Canada. I love Canada. I love Canadians. I don't like our government. I don't like the direction that we're heading in, and that's an okay feeling. So if you have this like anger or resentment towards the government and the system right now, and how our government, our liberal government, has been handling this trade stuff, and you think maybe it would be better for Alberta to separate, maybe it'd be better for us to be annexed by America so we can have cheaper costs of living. It's not like you're saying, hey, I want Russia to invade us. In America, we're like tied at the hip. I mean, the land looks the same. You drive from Windsor into America, you don't even recognize the difference. Oh, the speed limits are a little bit lower. Oh, it's in miles per hour instead of kilometers. Okay. Like, it's pretty much the same thing already, except we have colorful monopoly money and a massive deficit, and we're on the verge of bankruptcy, and we're plagued with the woke mind virus, and yeah, okay, so there's a few differences, but you get what I'm saying. It's okay to have these feelings, to think that maybe America having a more intertwined economy with us would actually be better. In fact, it's been proven that it would be better. You have the multi-billionaire, successful entrepreneur Kevin O'Leary, who's tried bridging that gap between Canada and the American economy and the American administration, saying it would be wonderful for our economies to work together in ways that we've never seen before. But for some reason, our elitist government, which prides themselves on now being American instead of just proudly being Canadian, is refusing to work properly with the American administration. So I'm just here to tell you, it's okay. If you're like pro-51 or Alberta, or just want to see more intertwined Canadian economy with American economy, whatever that looks like, you're not a bad person. That's not like a treasonous thought. You're absolutely allowed to have those feelings. But more on that later. Next up, we've got to take a look here at what's going on with Air Canada. Because Air Canada flight attendants have entered the final day of voting for a strike. What's up?
Air Canada flight attendants are into their final day of voting on whether to give a strike mandate to their union. The vote, which began on July 28th, comes after the Air Canada component of the Canadian Union of Public Employees concluded the conciliation process with no deal reached. The union of more than 10,000 flight attendants have been in contract talks since the start of the year.
Okay. So this is, again, some of the problems with Canada is that we don't have enough competition. We've got Air Canada, we've got WestJet, and Air Transat, and then there's some smaller flight companies, Porter or Flair, whatever the hell they're called, right? Like, there are some smaller companies, but for the most part, it's Air Canada and WestJet. Those are like the big go-tos. And this is the problem with Canada, this elitist mentality that we can just have 2 to 3 companies that dominate everything. It's the same thing for our phones, right? TELUS, Bell, or Rogers. We don't have many options to choose from. So it sucks when one of those companies decides to go on strike because it has massive effects across the country, whether it's air, whether it's phone services, whether it's anything, really. Then we're taking a look at Canada Post. Again, our freaking monopoly, overly government-subsidized, $1 billion a year deficit postal company. They are rejecting the final offer from the Crown. Unionized Canada Post workers have rejected the company's latest contract offer. Members had until 5 o'clock on Friday to vote on the offer, which included a 13% wage increase over 4 years. The union had strongly urged them to decline. In a statement, the union says, in part, that both Canada Post and the government threw everything at us, and that, quote, we organized, we mobilized, we stayed united, and we stood strong. The company also released a statement saying they are disappointed in the results, but it did thank the employees for taking part in the process. As for next steps, the union says they will reach out to the company officials to invite them back to the negotiating table. Oh my goodness. I get it. I mean, I understand how working as a postal worker, you want the best wage and best benefits. I totally get that. But people that are on the outside of Canada Post looking in, that require, daily usage of Canada Post for personal use, for business use, this company has gone through strikes every year, it feels like. And there's always delays. It's always it's just a really mismanaged company. And it's government subsidized, and it's pissing people off. So I kind of want to ask a question. How do you feel about this? Are you just fed up with Canada Post, or do you still, want to use it as your kind of go-to option? Let me know what you guys think. Then we got to take a look at what's going on with Pierre Poilievre. So things are getting a little crazy with this upcoming by-election. There was a recent question that was asked at a rally of Pierre's in Crowfoot, where someone said, hey, why shouldn't West, like Alberta and Saskatchewan, separate? Let's take a brief look at his answer.
What would you say to someone like me who's a young family who sees more hope in the idea of the land of Western Canada than a never-ending liberal government? The Liberal government owns the media, they run the universities, they have no shame or integrity. It feels like the game is rigged and the beast will always decide its fate. Why should Alberta and Saskatchewan stay?
Okay, that's a fair question. A very fair question. I frankly understand the frustration that people feel. The liberals in Ottawa told the West to pay out and shut off the attempt. Alberta and Saskatchewan's biggest industries of agriculture, oil and gas, to name a few. They have transferred massive wealth out of this region. So all of those concerns are legitimate. The question is, how do we deal with it? I think the answer is in building alliances with like-minded Canadians across the country. So, for example, we're in Saskatchewan, should lock arms with Newfoundland, which wants to repeal C-69 so that it can double its oil production. Newfoundland got on legalization by producing onshore oil. Now they want to do gas. We should lock arms with them to do that. You have the First Nations.
Okay, so we all kind of see where his answer is going with this, right? But here's what I asked in the comment section of his official post, right? Because that was posted on Pierre Poilievre's official profile, and I just kind of left a poll there, right? You can only choose one. Which one would it be? Pierre Poilievre or Alberta and Saskatchewan separation? Now, this is available to the public. People can see the numbers. You can see this just like I'm seeing it. 2,175 votes. And 33% voted for Pierre Poilievre, and 66% voted for Alberta and Saskatchewan independence. And the comments, I mean, even without going through my poll that I put, people put a lot of very, I don't say anti-Pierre comments, but pro-separation comments, right? Dude, Canada's lost, 51st state or bust, we've just lost, it is what it is, go back to Ottawa, you're an Albertan. This funny meme of at least we're not Americans living in poverty, standing next to America, right? And so you're just kind of seeing the shift that's happening in Canada. And it's no offense to Pierre. It's not like people are now turning on Pierre and hating Pierre. It's the fact that the Conservatives lost the election, so that whole big momentum that we had last year and the year prior, it's never going to reach that again. I'm sorry, but that was against Justin Trudeau, this international villain, and who's the easiest person in our existence that we've never had the opportunity of just hating and dumping on. Canada was extremely popular for all of the wrong reasons, because Justin Trudeau was like the one of the most hated people in the entire world. Pierre Poilievre came in and did like a really good job in the House, a really good job in press conferences, a really good job motivating Canadians to be pro-conservative but also anti-Trudeau. It was like this phenomenal movie that unraveled itself day to day. We all remember it as if it was yesterday, at least I do. But it's never going to reach that same momentum. For crying out loud, there were thousands of people in the streets every day waving Trudeau flags, all this and that. That's just that hatred that we had for a leader, even though Mark Carney is like popular, she'll never reach that Trudeau level of hate, because Trudeau navigated us through COVID for 10 years, mismanaged everything, on the verge of bankruptcy, yada yada, screwed over this country and really ruined the lives of millions and millions of people in ways that I don't think can actually be replicated, no matter how you try. And that's not an invitation to try, it's just kind of a reality check. And so that momentum seems to be lost. And it doesn't mean that Conservatives can't win, but objectively looking at the path moving forward, kind of like in the Doctor Strange, in the Avengers, where he's sitting there meditating, thinking of all the thousands of billions of trillions of different outcomes. When it comes down to our country, this country is founded culturally on being anti-American. That's what is proud to be Canadian. It's not, hey, we're Canadian lumberjacks, emus, snowmobiles, polar bears, coal, coffee, maple syrup. Hey, we speak funny and we say a boot. Oh, you're talking about an actual boot or a bout? Oh, a boot or a boot? Like, that's embedded in our culture. That's how we are. But also, it's this weird elitism, whether you recognize it or not, of being anti-American. Oh, screw you, being on the news. Yeah, we don't have that in Canada. Ooh, global embarrassment from Trump or Biden? We don't have that in Canada. Oh, fighting with Jerome Powell? We don't have that in Canada. Like, that's embedded in our culture. It's propaganda on the media. It's pushed by our politicians, and effectively that's what you're seeing right now, where all parties, I mean, aside from like Scott Moe in Premier of Saskatchewan, all parties in Canada are anti-Trump and anti-America, and the best party at that, or the party that succeeds the best at being anti-America, is the Liberals. And so when push comes to shove and it comes time to vote again, it's going to be anti-America. We got to stand up for ourselves, blah blah blah. And even if Carney continues to shit the bed with more controversies, if the Conservatives also have an anti-America approach, which it seems like they really did when the tariffs started to get implemented when Trump took office, then when it comes time to a vote in Canada, it's going to be the Liberals. That's just how this country is. They are the leaders in fear-mongering, the leaders in anti-America rhetoric, and that's just, unfortunately, how this country is. I don't agree with it. I think that we should be proud to be Canadian, or be pro-American for that matter. And there isn't a single, federal or even provincial party or politician other than Scott Moe that's saying we should be working with America, and then maybe we'll have the tariffs removed. So that ultimately is, it's a tough road to be on. It really freaking is. But I'd love to know what you guys think down below in the comments. Are you more pro-separation, either Alberta, Saskatchewan jointly, Alberta independently, or 50-per state? Let me know what you guys think down below. Now we get to take a look at what's going on with Mexico, because Canada is doing this weird move where they're going around America straight to Mexico for trade talks. Let's have a look.
Moving now to Canada's trade troubles, two senior cabinet ministers, Anita Anand and Francois Philippe Champagne, are in Mexico right now in hopes of strengthening ties. The trip comes just days after President Trump announced that he reached a deal with Mexico to extend an existing trade agreement for another 90 days. Joining me now is Peter MacKay, former Foreign Affairs Minister. Good morning, Peter. Thanks for being with us.
Good morning to you, Marcia. Good to be with you.
So we are already trading partners under CUSMA. What work could be done to increase bilateral trade between Canada and Mexico?
Ain't safe under CUSMA.
Well, as it currently sits, Marcia, we do about $56 billion annually in trade with Mexico, but that's only about 1% of what Canada sends into their economy. So there are specific sectors, the tech sector, for example, certainly other agricultural products, and things right now that we're not currently trading. And so having two senior ministers there to talk is always a good idea. Now, granted, these are not ministers who are directly involved with the ongoing tariff and trade dispute with the United States, but perhaps we can also learn something from their approach. They took a much more measured and perhaps low-key approach, and it seemed to work for them. As you said, they just had their tariff-free trade extended by another 90 days.
Well, that was going to be my next question for you. Mexico received this reprieve from Trump. Canada clearly did not. So why do you think Trump is approaching Mexico differently? What are they doing that Canada isn't doing or should be doing?
Well, as we know, Marcia, he takes a very personal approach, and I think, frankly, in my opinion, the elbows up, dollar for dollar, tariff retaliation, granted, all that happened during an election, and it didn't work. It frankly backfired, the same way that it did for China, and they're also on the outside.
This kind of validates my point that the elbows up anti-American rhetoric has absolutely backfired. So to just kind of add on to my rant before I played this clip, how Canada has culturally just been this anti-American country, and that's what, maybe not you, but generally what the consensus is here. It's now time to change and shift that narrative, and we have a real opportunity socially to do that with social media. We can put out more content, share content like this, that's saying, hey, instead of fighting America, we should be bridging the gap. We should be trying to intertwine our economies more instead of fighting us. The bad guy is not Trump. The bad guy is not America. The bad guys are the ones preventing Canadian prosperity from actually taking place, and that would be the Liberal government with their big take a look at what happened with Doug Ford in Ontario, for instance, okay? He had a phenomenal Starlink deal with Elon Musk, and he had to politicize the actual trade deal and canceled the $100 million deal for Starlink to then go with Rogers, which is very shitty compared to what Starlink has to offer. No offense, but at the same time, also, yes, every single offense to Rogers, they don't have satellites in the sky the way Starlink does. I mean, it's unfreaking matched. So what do you think the actual percentage is to buy out your contract and cancellation fee? Oftentimes it's 20%. On the very low end, it would be 5%. That's a lot of money. We're talking about $100 million. So Doug Ford has refused to actually give those numbers publicly as to what the cancellation fee was. But even if it was 10%, that means that Doug Ford just willy-nilly gave Elon Musk $1 million to effectively say, well, we don't want to give you $100 million. And it wasn't because of the services, it wasn't because of anything other than we need to stand up to Elon Musk and Donald Trump. That weird elitist mentality is absolutely bananas. It doesn't even matter if you're buying a product from somebody you don't like. If that product benefits your people, in this case, millions of people, then what the fuck are you doing to try and stick it to the person you don't like by going a different route? You're only hurting the people that you're representing. So that mentality has to stop. And the first way, I believe, to breaking that chain of habit is by actually speaking up about it and educating people that America and Trump, they're not the bad guys here. Canada, our Liberal government they're overly politicizing everything, and they're trying to pick a fight with America or pick a fight with Trump and his friends to really stick it to them. But it hurts you, and it hurts myself, it hurts our kids and grandkids and so on. It's going to hurt future generations. So, I couldn't have made my point more clear, I think.
Yeah. So perhaps a little more subtlety and behind the scenes work to try to alleviate some of these other outstanding issues, some of which are simply not true around fentanyl and border problems. But nevertheless, the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, has effectively maneuvered around some of the difficulties that Canada and our Prime Minister Mark Carney have experienced. So there is obviously lessons to be learned.
As you point out, these are not ministers directly involved with trade, but I'm wondering if over the next 48 hours, relationships could be built that would help perhaps in a precursor to CUSMA negotiations or renegotiations.
Well, Absolutely. Building relations is always a good idea. And having said that we really don't send as much to Mexico as we could and as we should, given our proximity, it makes far more sense when we talk about diversification. Yes, to Europe, the Asia Pacific, certainly the UK, but here we are, sitting on the top half of North America, Mexico on the bottom half. We have tremendous opportunity if we can get it there. Energy becomes a big question because we'd have to transit it through the United States or ship it there. And so our own infrastructure limitations, again, come into play. But having open and obviously cordial, productive relationships with a country like Mexico with a growing economy, that makes perfect sense.
Might tick off President Trump.
Well, it may, and as we've seen in the past, he does have this mercurial personality when he thinks somebody has disrespected him or talked tough and then not backed it up. We certainly saw that with the previous Prime Minister. We're hearing, from Dominic LeBlanc that Prime Minister Carney has scheduled phone calls coming up. His last phone call wasn't returned. So time will tell, but also, time is ticking. We're past that artificial deadline of August 1st that was set, and now it really has to be a full court press, but I would suggest a more quiet and tempered approach behind the scenes, the type of work that I think Dominic LeBlanc is doing.
Peter MacKay is the former.
The only way to get through this mess is to stop fighting America, stop with the elbows up stuff, and really start to lead into an economic merger. That does not mean 51st state. It doesn't even have to mean any form of separation. It means having more American stuff here in Canada, which would create jobs, put more money into our economy, and we could probably even maintain our monopoly money dollars instead of being on the U.S. dollar. So, I don't understand how people don't see that is a very good thing for our people, for our bank accounts, for the future of this country. It would stop tariffs. I mean, I'm almost speechless when people are so anti-America or specific. I guess, people have their own personal reasons for hating Trump, propaganda, media, blah, 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 whatever. I still don't understand that, but it's just very frustrating. It's very frustrating because the more rhetoric that leads into anti-America, the longer that this weird elitism exists in this country, and it's just going to pass down from generation to generation and continue over the years. And I don't like that. I really don't. America is a very good place, very good cost of living compared to here. $10 in a grocery store goes a heck of a lot further in America than it does here. So, isn't that what you guys want? Better cost of living and a better quality of life?
Certainly sounds like Canada-U.S. trade talks are in a holding pattern. That is after President Donald Trump raised tariffs on certain Canadian goods. Some of the country's premiers are calling for retaliation.
We have to push back in some way. I mean, we'll continue the initiatives we had here with taking the American alcohol off the shelves, looking at the procurement process. We have to push back for sure. But what that actual pushback looks like in terms of counter tariffs and stuff, we'll let the Prime Minister and his negotiating team decide on that.
Yeah, there are other premiers who feel the opposite. In fact, Saskatchewan Premier Scott Lowe says Canada should walk back its existing retaliatory measures.
We should be starting to look at how we lower any of the counter tariffs that we have in place, or remove the counter tariffs that we have in place, as we head towards a low tariff or no tariff environment with the United States of America. This has been asked for by Secretary Lutnick, is to remove any of the tariffs that Canada might have in place. And I think if we're serious about achieving a renewed, revamped, and enhanced trade environment, or some type of a new and improved USMCA, somebody's going to have.
Time to bring in our panel of party insiders. Greg McEachran is a former Liberal ministerial advisor. Fred Delory is a former Conservative campaign manager. And Melanie Bichet is a former communications director for the NDP. Good day to all three of you. It does feel like a bit of deja vu, right? Haven't we been here before? There's no deal. There's a deadline. Oh, Canada's getting hit. Here we go again. It does certainly seem, when you listen to Minister LeBlanc, like this is going to be a while. This is not going to be resolved in the next few days, right?
Yeah, it is deja vu. It's the same thing that's happening. And I think, obviously, government is seized by this. We see the premiers out talking about it. Industry is seized by it. I think regular Canadians are less and less interested in this issue because it keeps popping up and it keeps changing and things keep evolving. And where Trump goes with this, we'll have to see. But the market hasn't moved. Interest rates haven't moved. It's not like there's a panic right now. Now, obviously, tariffs would be devastating for us, and there needs to be some kind of deal that is met here at some point. But it's just, it's like reality TV right now. Trump is just negotiating with the public, dropping bombs here and there. But we'll see what we actually get to.
If Canadians are either tired of this or understanding and willing to hold out, is there an expiry date for holding out for a better deal?
From Canadians' point of view, I think it's going to be when people really start to feel that there's an impact negatively, that keeping in mind that we've just gone through years and years of inflation following the pandemic. So I agree with Fred. I think Canadians are kind of at apologies to Matt McGowan, but I think it's alert status orange, and that we're so used to this, and we're very used to this on Friday afternoons talking about what Trump has done, and there's a whole phrase, a whole meme around taco. Trump always chickens out. He seems to have done that with Mexico this week. So I think what the government and most of the premiers have done is to say this is going to be tough. Get ready for this. We're doing our best to make the best of this. What else can we improve? International trade, making deals with other countries. But what I'm looking at is I think anything that we do against the United States, I totally disagree with Premier Lowe's comments there. I totally endorse Premier Busey's there. Premier Lowe represents a province that put American alcohol back on the shelf, as did Alberta. This week, two senators, Tim Kaine, and just keep in mind the political spectrum here, he was Hillary Clinton's vice presidential choice. Rand Paul from Kentucky, one of the creators of the Tea Party, couldn't get two more disliked, but they are combined on the stage at the Cato Institute, which is a libertarian think tank, and they're talking about how the retaliation that Canada has done with alcohol is really hurting the United States. And I could go on and on about things like tourism. But on that one, in March and April of this year, Canada's American, the impact of our ban was 65% reduction in Canada, and they're feeling it. You've got these two bipartisan senators on a stage at a right-wing think tank saying to Americans, we need to wake up on this. I think no matter what we do in domestic politics and the midterms are going to do more for Canada on this than what we could ever do.
Is there a risk in hoping that the midterms will change the channel on this? Because conventional wisdom, it'll go like many midterms, and then it'll turn against the White House. But it not.
The risk is evident in the Democratic Party right now. We just seem to be invisible.
Yeah.
And also the impact on the American media. We just saw CBS, fold on two aspects: the lawsuit and firing Stephen Colbert.
I think he's hosting this program next week.
No,
that's not happening.
Okay. But that is the big challenge. That is a huge challenge. Yes.
Melanie, we're talking about retaliation versus negotiation, and I'll go back to Alberta's Danielle Smith. Again, we are having some deja vu here. Where is the tolerance when you are not, as an ordinary Canadian, seeing a deal, seeing a change on the tariffs, or seeing some kind of different status for Canada when we are one of the few countries that are retaliating?
I think I agree with the point of I think folks are tired, are maybe tired of hearing what President Trump is saying and are no longer following what he's saying. So maybe are not keeping the government accountable right now to getting a deal or to getting a deal at a certain time. I do think, though, that there's a lot of folks in this country who are already affected by the tariffs, who feel very differently, right?
Yeah, you work in an auto plant, you work in a steel plant, you may not be working there.
And the raising of the tariffs makes it even worse, then, right, for those folks. So I do think that there's some maybe apathy or there's some forgiveness to the government or some grace to the government for not necessarily having a deal. But I do think that doesn't last forever. I think folks, the more that they feel that pain, particularly folks in those industries that are already losing their jobs, I think people will start being a little bit more pushing the government to do more than just, what we've seen. And the thing that I like, though, today about hearing from Minister de Blas, we actually heard from him. We actually heard what he was saying and then pointed to what we're doing here at home to change things so that we're less reliant on the United States, which I think is a winning message for the government while things kind of lapse with the U.S. As it relates to retaliatory, non-retaliatory. I don't know anybody in my universe that thinks we should be going on the U.S. right now. I don't think anybody is in agreement, again, in my universe, whether they vote red, orange, or blue, agree with Premier Lowe, Premier Smith. I think they want us to stand strong, and they want us to not just push back on Donald Trump, but also there's a little bit of protecting our sovereignty there, protecting what is ours and what we have the right to do. So I do think that the way that the government has gone so far is well heard or well received from folks. So removing those retaliatory tariffs, I think, would be probably a mistake in the communication of what it is that we're doing to stand up for Canada and to protect those troops.
Yeah, it is a bit tricky because of the path now traveled. So how do you know what would have happened in the other hypothetical circumstance? One thing we don't know, another thing we don't know, is what the sticking point or points are. Trump has talked a lot about supply management. He seems quite fixated on our dairy sector. Is there any political room for this federal government to give in, even a little bit, on supply management?
I highly, highly doubt it. This is a government.
Like deal breaker.
Yeah, well, look at the Prime Minister's team. His most senior people, the clerk, chief, his municipal secretary, they're all in Quebec. Supply management is big across the country. It is huge in Quebec. That is also where they have got their government. Most of the country, they beat up the law, brought the law down to 20 some seats. They won the majority of seats in Quebec, so they have a reason right there politically that it's not wise for you to mess with supply management. So, but of course, there's other parts of the country too impacted by supply management. But just looking at it through the political lens, I don't see them at all.
Yeah, agreed. Bad for a lot of folks and something that we're proud of here. And also the communication of conceding, I don't think is a good approach. And of course, as you're having those deals, there's stuff that is going to be on the table. But,
what if you have to concede more on steel in order to protect supply management?
I'm really glad I'm not at that table and having to make those decisions, obviously. But I do think the way forward, at least for Canada, and again, I'm going to sound like a broken record, the more that we can show folks that we stood ground in the things that people care about, be it steel, be it supply management, and on the flip side of everything happening with the U.S., figure out those deals with the other countries, figure out those deals with Europe, remove those trade barriers here at home. I think the better the government will be able to communicate what that trade deal looks like, concessions included.
These numbers keep going up. We keep reminding people that it is only on those goods that are non-consumer compliant. That practically most of what we trade still protected. Some sectors exponentially more impacted than others. But it is like this because the Americans are just still to some degree following our trade deal. What if they stop doing it?
What if they stop following the...
Yeah. I mean, if the president says, I want more leverage, just ignore USMCA.
The rules do not apply to Donald Trump. The political rules do not apply at all. Highly recommend June edition of The Atlantic, where they pursued an interview with him, and he agreed, and then he started bad-mouthing them. I kind of feel like we're in a weird game of Plinko, and where the thing ends up is different from one week to the next. And so it's supply management, and then it's the digital services tax, and fentanyl is back, and which is ridiculous. Here I am quoting a lot of right-wing think tanks in the United States, but this is where the Republican Party should be paying attention. The Manhattan Institute, it's now August, so in last month in July, they had a report where fentanyl is not an issue at the northern border in the United States, and this is not I would not call the Manhattan Institute a friend of, say, the Justin Trudeau liberal government, but it's at the Mexico border. So, but all of a sudden, and yesterday there's a big statement on the White House website about fentanyl in Canada again. We know it's public. And so I think the challenge with Canadians is that we know that this is garbage and we want to tune it out. But what Trump is running the risk of, I think, as well, he's tuning out potentially his own base. They're very upset about Jeffrey Epstein, and it's not going away as much as he tries to make that issue go away, and that is at the heart of his support. These aren't really Republicans, they're not party first, they're not even country first, they're Trump first, and they're getting disappointed, and that's going to be a problem.
We wrap up our segment here. How long will it be until we can go back to that period where most Canadians never sent the word terror?
2028.
That's what we're looking at.
January 29.
Hopefully. You can never, isn't it? Changing your rules or
Oh my goodness. Well, have a lovely weekend, a long weekend for many people in this country, including for those here in Ottawa. And we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen, because it does not seem like there's going to be in the conclusion of all this, unfortunately. Thanks very much to our Political Pulse panel, Fred Delory, Melanie Richer, and Greg McEachern. Knucklehead, dumb guy, very stupid person, terrible, numbskull, major loser, stubborn mule, nasty, Trump hater, total and complete moron. These are just some of the ways Donald Trump has described the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell.
I think he does a terrible job. He's costing us a lot of money.
Trump has been lashing out against the Federal Reserve, reportedly floating the idea of firing Powell.
I'm also told that the president pointed to a piece of paper that he said was a draft, basically firing letter.
Because he wants him to lower interest rates. Trump's take, they've been stubbornly high, after having climbed from pandemic lows, steady at 5.5% for more than a year, and still hovering only 1 percentage point below that today.
The Federal Reserve kept interest rates unchanged.
Trump feels high rates are holding the economy back. He also thinks the U.S. economy is behind, as per his own list of countries around the world with lower rates, and there's the U.S., an embarrassing 35th place. You can also see he's added his own comments, that the U.S. should be here, right around the 1% mark, and Jerome, you are, as usual, too late. This, of course, is now a thing, with Trump calling on too late Jerome Powell to resign immediately and be replaced with, well, anyone.
He's always been too late. Hence his nickname, Too Late. He should have cut interest rates a long time ago.
But this isn't new. This dysfunction between the president and the chair of the Federal Reserve goes all the way back to Trump's first term as president, and it looks to be coming to a head now.
So the way to think about this, I think, is that the independence of the Fed, the Federal Reserve, is sort of crucial to the global economy. So what Trump is doing is he's undermining that.
He's a terrible head chair. I was surprised he was appointed. I was surprised, frankly, that Biden put him in.
So we have to start here with how Trump has most recently framed his fight with Jerome Powell, because Trump says he's surprised Powell was appointed and that Biden put him in. On both counts, Trump is either mistaken or he's lying, because here's the day Powell was nominated for the job.
As president, there are a few decisions more important than nominating leaders of integrity and good judgment to hold trusted positions in public office. And few of those trusted positions are more important than the chairman of the Federal Reserve.
During Trump's first term, he would have seen an ally in Powell. He was a Republican and presented an opportunity to somewhat break with tradition by not simply reappointing the pick of the previous administration. In this case, Trump released Janet Yellen, Obama pick, after just one term.
I am confident that Jay has the wisdom and leadership to guide our economy through any challenges that our great economy may face.
But this optimism would only last about 8 months, because Trump was about to launch a trade war with China, And Trump's preferred weapon of war, tariffs, can cause inflation because you're literally adding taxes on imported goods. You're making things more expensive. The key tool the Federal Reserve has to tamp down inflation, increasing interest rates. So people spend less and prices drop. So if Trump expected his new appointee to change course, to stop increasing interest rates, he was about to be sorely disappointed. Rates kept going up under Powell's leadership, and it was around here Trump began openly entertaining the idea of firing the man he had just installed.
Over the course of 2018, President Trump was actually sort of restrained at first, and then by the end of 2018, Trump was actively considering firing him. But I think it took several months before Trump really started to ramp things up on Powell in 2018, but their relationship has never really been the same since then.
President, in effect, suggesting that the Fed doesn't know what it's doing. He took some aim over the weekend at Fed Chair Jay Powell.
I don't think he's done a good job.
Jay Powell and the Federal Reserve failed again. No guts, no sense, no vision, a terrible communicator.
Now, a lot of this hostility would eventually fade into the background. Interest rates started going down in 2019, and they absolutely crashed in 2020 with the pandemic and recession. Joe Biden would take office here, and he would keep Powell as Federal Reserve Chair. But once Trump returned to office, so did the vendetta, because since his inauguration at the start of this year, the Fed rate has remained unchanged, despite Trump's many demands for Jerome Powell to do as told.
The president is not unique. Most presidents want lower interest rates. He wants the economy healthy going into the midterms. And one way you ensure a healthy economy in the short term is lower rates that will generate a ton of economic activity.
I feel I should point out that U.S. interest rates aren't quite the outlier Trump makes them out to be. It's easy to make the U.S. look like it's lagging behind when you simply stop counting at whatever rate the U.S. is at. But also, I'm not sure why you'd think to compare the U.S. economy with that of Papua New Guinea, Seychelles, Botswana. If you compare the U.S. to G20 and OECD countries, you'll actually find its central bank rate squarely in the middle of the pack. And maybe more than most, the U.S. Federal Reserve might have an especially good reason to keep interest rates on the high side, out of an abundance of caution.
I don't think we can say, which way this will shake out. I think there's a great deal of uncertainty about, for example, where tariff policies are going to settle out. So ultimately, we think our policy rate is in a good place to stay as we await further clarity on tariffs.
You hear what he's saying there, right? Effectively telling Trump, you're the reason rates are high. So for as long as we don't know what the heck your next tariff-related move is, I'm not sure how you expect us to pivot the entire American economy because you want us to. But Trump is like, I still want you gone. And all this talk of a supposed draft of a letter addressed to Powell doing just that, first reported on by the New York Times, but which Trump denies the existence of, it represents the closest Trump has ever come to forcing Powell out of a job. So, can it be done? Can Trump fire Powell?
Legally, it is unclear exactly what the president can do to remove Jay Powell.
I don't think it would be easy. I think he'd fight it. He will challenge. It'll go to the courts. And it's not really knowable because no one's ever fired a Fed chairman.
The expert consensus does indeed seem to be that Trump can't fire Powell as effortlessly as he might fire a typical employee. The Supreme Court actually weighed in on this, pointing out that while Trump does have the power with great latitude to fire the leaders of independent federal agencies, the Federal Reserve is different, it being a uniquely structured quasi-private entity. And the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 seems to strongly suggest that the chair of the Federal Reserve should serve the entirety of their term unless sooner removed or caused by the president. The key words there being for cause, as in you can't just fire the chair because you don't like them, or even because you disagree on monetary policy. Cause is a much more complex thing.
If you think about the workplace that you or I work in, if someone is fired for
cause, it means that they screwed up really, really badly. And that really is, or really can be, as broad or as narrow as the president and the courts want it to be.
It appears Trump himself understands this because he has launched a different attack on Jerome Powell on a matter that has nothing to do with interest rates at all.
The administration believes that Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve, has mismanaged these renovations, including going over budget by quite a bit.
So let me explain, because maybe you're like, what are we talking about now? Renovations? So the Fed is in the middle of a massive renovation involving its two main buildings in Washington. The project was given the green light during Trump's first term in 2017, with the overall price tag settling 6 years later at $1.9 billion, which might sound like a lot, except it's actually since ballooned even more to $2.5 billion. And Trump blames Powell.
He's doing a little renovation for $2.5 billion. Building a renovation, and they have close to $900 million cost overrun. And it's a shame.
And this, as you might expect, has turned into a political issue.
They're trying to argue there was some kind of malfeasance or poor management of the renovations that warrants a for-cause removal. That's the cause.
Then how would the idea of firing George Powell?
I don't know anything, but I think it's highly unlikely, unless he has to leave for fraud. I mean, it's possible there's fraud involved with the $2.7 billion renovation.
We should be clear, Trump has provided no evidence of fraud, but he and other Republicans seem to be wondering, how the heck else do you spend $2.5 billion on a renovation? The Fed has had to push back against the accusation that it is spending too lavishly, saying it's limiting where it can the use of marble, that no, there's no new VIP dining room, no VIP elevator, no new water features, that these buildings haven't been comprehensively renovated in nearly 100 years, and that they've had to deal with some unexpected issues, like surprising amounts of asbestos and toxic soil. But no matter what you think of the price tag, the experts we spoke to told us that this renovation and its cost could open up a new pathway for Trump to fire Powell.
Most lawyers I've spoken to do not think that would qualify as cause in the kind of traditional sense, but would it be enough of a fig leaf that Trump uses it and then it sees what happens in the courts? It certainly is.
So is Trump on the cusp of firing the man he first contemplated firing nearly 7 years ago? Maybe. He can certainly try. And if he does, it's a case that could eventually be heard by the Supreme Court. But if he doesn't, it'll be a simple waiting game. As it stands right now, Powell's term is set to end May 2026.
But I think it's highly unlikely, unless he has to leave for fraud. I mean, it's possible there's fraud involved with the $2.7 billion renovation.
Have you drafted a letter? You didn't show a letter to Republicans.
No, I talked about the concept of firing. I said, what do you think? Almost every one of them said I should. But I'm more conservative than that.
At More Perfect Union, we've covered how our economy has been rigged by large and powerful industry groups, big tech, big oil, big pharma. But there's one group you might not normally think of as large and powerful, even though they've been instrumental in driving our society further into oligarchy. They're known as Big Law.
Big law.
Big law.
Big law firm. Big law firm. Smart law firm.
These are the law firms of the rich, the wealthy, and the powerful. The biggest companies and the biggest banks in the world.
The big clients that the big firms have, just give me a list of Fortune 500 companies, give me a list of any controlling corporation, Meta, Google.
We sat down with former Big Law insiders and legal advocates to answer a few questions. What exactly is Big Law? How did it get so big and so powerful? And what's going to happen to these firms under Trump?
These are people that are bad people, really bad people. They tried to turn America into a corrupt, communist, and third world country. But in the end, the thugs failed and the truth won.
So let's start with when law got big. To understand the rise of Big Law, we need to look at the rise of the modern corporation. That's because you should really think of these big law firms as the conciliaries of oligarchy, or basically like their right-hand man. In mob movies or TV shows like Breaking Bad, when a criminal enterprise gets too big and starts running into problems with handling their money or enemies that want to take them down, they bring in a lawyer that they can trust to help them navigate those problems.
Revenues from the salon go to the owner. That's you. Your filthy drug money has been transformed into nice, clean, taxable income brought to you by a savvy investment in a thriving business.
Corporate America reached a similar inflection point in the 1950s and 60s when the post-World War II economy was booming. As American businesses got bigger and more global, they needed to deal with new laws, rules, and regulations. That's where lawyers come in, not just to represent businesses in court, but to act as their trusted advisors in navigating a new and complex world. Then there were also these pesky people called workers and consumers, whose interests were at odds with growing corporate power.
At that time, you had a rise of people trying to build power for workers, specifically people trying to build power for consumers. So you had folks like Rob Nader, who were really pushing the big movement to say consumers have rights. It was gaining popularity in the early 1970s. I think in 1971, Lewis Powell, who went on to become a Supreme Court justice, wrote a memo to workers about what would it look like to use litigation and to use the courts to improve the power, to strengthen the power of corporations in the United States. Lewis Powell was saying, well, how do we shut this down? What are the best avenues to reinforce the power of power? And one of his recommendations was that it is very easy to do that via the courts.
The memo, known as the Powell Memo, is sort of like a moment in a mob movie when the bosses have gotten all the money they could ever dream of, but then they realize what they really want is total domination.
When you started this thing, did you ever dream of having $5 million? I know for a fact that you didn't. I know for a fact all you needed was $737,000.
I'm in the empire business.
Powell Memo and the subsequent shift in how businesses viewed themselves ushered in an age of shareholder capitalism and monopolization, which got hypercharged under the Reagan administration when deregulation, tax cuts, and free market policies became the name of the game.
You had some answer from the Reagan administration, government was trying to create rules that allowed big corporations to amass more money, and then the big law side, you had lawyers to help those big corporations take advantage of the opportunities that came from gridlocking and use of regulation.
This was a feast for corporate lawyers. Every merger, every hostile takeover, every buyout meant more billable hours and more work for their firms. And this is where the big firms that we're going to talk about really get big. Take, for example, Paul Weiss. Some of their top clients are Exxon, Chevron, Johnson & Johnson, JP Morgan Chase, and Richard Sackler. Or Wilbur Hale. They work with Northrop Grumman, the weapons manufacturer, General Electric, T-Mobile, and PepsiCo. How about Perkins Coie? They work with Boeing, Amazon, Google, and Texaco.
They are representing the teams that are doing some of the most egregious anti-worker, anti-union organizing in the country.
For many of these law firms, representing their clients doesn't stop outside the courtroom. Often these firms will go directly to federal agencies to advocate for rules and regulations that benefit their clients. This is just a different kind of lobbying, but it doesn't require lawyers to register as lobbyists, so it flies under the radar. helping firms like Sullivan and Cromwell rake in massive profits while staying in the shadows. But there's yet another level to this relationship, too. Another layer to how big law firms maintain their power and influence over the legal system. It's called regulatory capture.
When we talk about regulatory capture, we talk about the existence of agencies not able to serve their function because the individuals who lead or staff them are conflicted.
There's potentially no better example of regulatory capture than the career of Eric Holder. In 2001, Eric Holder is a partner at Covington & Burling, an elite law firm known for working with the biggest banks in the country. Banks like J.P. Morgan Chase and Citigroup, the ones who helped create the 2008 financial crisis. In 2009, he left the firm because Barack Obama had just been elected President of the United States, and he wanted to tap Holder to be the new Attorney General. So this private corporate lawyer, coming from a firm that represents the biggest banks in the world, would be the country's top law enforcement official. In 2015, after 6 years as the Attorney General, Eric Holder left the government, but not to retire. He walked out of the DOJ back to Covington & Burling, where they, allegedly, always had an office waiting for him. During Eric Holder's time in the government, not a single banking executive was prosecuted for the fraud that they committed. Examples like this exist across the government. Lanny Breuer, former White House counsel, jumps to Covington for a while, leaves to work with Eric Holder in the DOJ, and then leaves to go back to Covington. Loretta Lynch, Attorney General after Holder, leaves and is now a partner at Paul Weiss. This is a feature of big law. It helps them protect their corporate clients from government regulation because corporate lawyers staff the government. And it helps them with their marketing.
Covington, by hiring Eric Holder, is able to use his reputation. They're able to capitalize and monetize his public service at the highest level. It allows them to get clients on the basis of having a former Attorney General, the former Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States.
So, that's the short version of how law got big. But unlike many of the shadowy organizations we've covered in the past, big law has a big weakness, and you need to take a look inside to understand what that is.
What are big law firms like inside? What's it like to work there?
Working in a big law firm is intense, and it is intense specifically in terms of hours of unlimited sleep. Something that I think is I took away from spending this period of time in this very high wage group was that for people to sleep at night and tell themselves that their labor is worth the kind of disproportionate pay that they earn in these industries, you have to work really, really, really hard. Harder, probably
bill out at rates of $2,000 an hour, and as a result, if you start to satisfy it, you have to be either a high net individual or a large corporation or someone with very deep pockets who can afford the rates that the big law partners charge.
There's a very limited list of clients that big law can engage that are paying because the rates are so very high, thousands of dollars an hour in some cases for one individual person. And so there's not a lot of corporations, even among private industry, there's not a lot of corporations that can or want to pay rates like that. So what you see is a lot of kind of huge legacy corporations, but also a lot of kind of private equity firms smashing great things with as fast as possible clients. It's this incredibly powerful area of the industry that also has not an Achilles heel, like literally an entire body of needing to have clients that can pay $3,000 an hour.
The fact that big law firms are competing over a small sliver of the business of Fortune 500 companies and a few other large entities and high net individuals is a weakness that can be exploited.
America has a legal system dominated by a handful of top law firms who value profit above all else, are motivated by fear, and represent only the elite, moneyed interests in the United States. So maybe this is a weakness that could be exploited for reform. They could stop appointing corporate lawyers to top government positions, possibly. The government could pressure big law's profits to reduce their influence on the government itself.
Now, President Trump is putting certain law firms on notice. Since January, Trump has signed more than 100 executive orders, and in some of those orders, Trump is targeting law firms directly tied to prosecutors involved in cases that have been against him.
Well, starting in February, Trump signed 7 executive orders that named specific law firms. The orders say that the firms should have their security clearances revoked, they shouldn't be allowed in government buildings, and government agencies shouldn't be working with them. Basically, he's attacking their bottom line directly. He's making it impossible for them to do business. If these firms can't work with the government at all, they can't represent their massive corporate clients, and without the biggest corporations in the world, their business model doesn't work anymore.
When, as a lawyer, your career is based on making lots of money on this particular scale, it is a vulnerability that can be exploited. If you are a Brooklyn partner and you're used to making $9 to $15 million per year, it's very undesirable to suddenly be in a position where you're making $6 to $9 million per year, particularly if you're used to flying on private planes, you have 3 homes, one of which has a mortgage, your kids go to private school, you have all these expenses that are adjusted to a certain quality of life.
So, why is he doing this? Is Trump putting a leash on big law and limiting their influence on our system?
Most of their work is reinforcing the power of corporations. Some of their work, some piece of their pro bono practice, is often suing the administration and is doing work on behalf of communities who are under attack by Donald Trump.
After all, that's what happened in the first Trump administration. 4 Trump agenda items, like his Muslim ban, were challenged through pro bono work from fellows at big law firms.
And so even though it's only a small fraction of what they do and doesn't make up for all of the harm that they cause, it is still real litigation. It's still real lawyer. It doesn't matter. And Trump knows that it matters, and he wants to eliminate it as a threat to his consolidation of power.
So this time around, after losing their 4 years in power plan, the second Trump administration fired the first shot against big law. And all those same elements we went over that made law big also made them weak. Paul Weiss and 8 other firms approached the Trump administration to make a deal so they wouldn't be targeted.
Skadden Arps is going to provide $100 million in pro bono legal services during the Trump administration to causes that the president and Skadden Arps both agree with. The president says that includes veterans issues and law enforcement issues, among others,
with each of them offering millions of dollars of free legal services. So these attacks do 2 things. First, it gives Trump legal representation to use for his agenda. He says he'll use it for negotiating trade deals, doing veterans work, defending immigration cases, and potentially defending police officers. But second, it eliminates a potential challenge to his agenda. If lawyers are afraid to bring pro bono cases against the government, it clears the way for him to do what he wants.
Big law lawyers are not only in guard and resistant, but they have the ability, through the fact that they're lawyers, and that these law firms have money to offer a potential roadblock to the administration.
We've seen how important it is to have law firms take on these pro bono clients. We've seen how much that has been a check on even Trump the first time around. So without that happening this time, I think that there are big concerns about how the legal system will hold up, if the legal system will continue to serve as a check on the president of the court.
As we've talked about throughout this piece, big law is a key factor of our oligarchy that we need to reform. So Trump is sort of right to take them on, but his attacks, driven by personal grievances, aren't going to structurally reform the legal system. He's sort of like a mob boss himself, who doesn't want to take away the power of big law, but instead he wants to control it for his own agenda.
You're an idiot. Good news. I'm taking him.
And what's even worse, Trump and his world, they're captured by big law too. Look at Joseph Barlow, Deputy U.S. Trade Representative, former Skadden Arps lawyer. Brian Morrissey, General Counsel for the Treasury, formerly a Sidley Austin lawyer. Crystal Carey, General Counsel for the National Labor Relations Board, formerly a lawyer at Morgan, Lewis & Bockius, where she represented big corporations against labor disputes, helping stop unionization efforts. So not only is Trump not fighting the influence of big law, he's surrounded by it. He's a part of that world. The fact is, nobody really knows where this all goes from here. Some of these big law firms are finally taking this battle to the courts, and they're having early success. Judges are striking down these executive orders.
In response to 2 separate lawsuits brought by Jenner and Block and Wilmer Hale, 2 different federal judges appointed by George W. Bush temporarily blocked the Trump administration from enforcing parts of the executive orders targeting those law firms.
Which is good. Hopefully that continues. But it's not the whole story. A return to the status quo means a return to a weak legal system dominated by a few who hold up corporate power and wealth. Instead, we should use this moment to push for a better system. And as long as profits remain their only real principle, they're sitting ducks for exploitation, whether from Donald Trump, another powerful figure, or the next big crisis.
Oligarchy and big law, oligarchy and lawyers really do go hand in hand. When we look at the current moment that we find ourselves in, it is very clear that lawyers have helped bring us to this moment.
It seems to me that it would be fair to say, for the average class, if they would probably be better if big law firms didn't exist.
Absolutely. I would say the average person that works at a big law firm would be better off if the big law firms didn't exist.
In the world of big business, there is one woman who inspires great fear and fun.
I wanted to have you on a podcast, and Apple asked us not to do it.
The FTC's back in that role of torturing all the companies that are our likes.
The business community feels that the FTC is waging a war against us, and it's time to fight back.
That woman is 34-year-old chair of the Federal Trade Commission, Lena Khan. As FTC chair, Lena Khan has become public enemy number one for the corporate establishment. But here's an interesting twist. She's also simultaneously managing to bring together an unlikely political alliance on both sides of the aisle.
You are a brilliant woman with a tremendous ability to impact how consumers are going to interface with the digital world.
One of the outstanding members of the Biden administration, that is Lena Khan.
I look at Lena Khan as one of the few people in the Biden administration that I actually think is doing a pretty good job.
So who is Lena Khan, and what is it about this young FTC chair that makes corporate America shake in their boots, all while uniting politicians like Matt Gaetz and Bernie Sanders? Many political bureaucrats who enter government service do so with the framework of wanting to be seen as fighting on partisan terms for their respective parties. They're often looking ahead to their next cushy job rather than worrying about being strong public advocates in their current roles. Unlike public servants of the past 4 decades, Khan enters with a very different framework. She's more interested in analyzing who has too much power and who doesn't have enough. She's not fighting a partisan game. Instead, she's focused on something that she's had her eyes on since she was a teenager, waging battles against powerful, predatory multinational corporations that are exploiting working people. I was thinking back to 2004, young Lena writes about Starbucks. When did Lena get so animated with vision wanting to address justice particularly?
You know, from an early age, I was interested in being a journalist. And one reason why I wanted to be a journalist was because, at their best, they hold power to account. After college, I ended up working for an organization where my job was instead to look at how different markets were structured. One of the first areas I did this work was in poultry farming. You have millions of consumers on one end, thousands of farmers on the other end, but they're connected just by a very small number of companies. And practically that can mean that for a chicken farmer, their entire livelihood is just dependent on one company. And so that company has huge amounts of power over them. And so it was just a clear picture of how concentrated economic power, concentrated corporate power is ripe for abuse.
In 2012, Khan wrote a poignant article called Obama's Game of the Chicken, in which she foretold the kind of public servant she would aspire to be, one who stood in sharp contrast to Obama's then legal enforcers of the Department of Justice. In this article, Khan was critical of Christine Varney, the head of the DOJ's antitrust division, for making compromises with power instead of taking them out in court. Varney's approach was simple and mirrored the cautious political approach taken by government regulators for decades. Quote, if you overreach in the courts, you will lose, and the very behaviors you are calling illegal will be validated by the court. According to Varney, the government was unlikely to win against powerful poultry producers in court, and therefore she was unwilling to wage an uphill legal battle. And she had this to say about the apparently too big to touch corporations gaining a strength over our economy.
You know, in America, we reward success. And I applaud the companies that have been very successful in the last decade, particularly the technology companies.
Like clockwork, Varney left Washington to lawyer for Vanna, a fancy corporate law firm in Manhattan. She now represents wealthy clients who are facing scrutiny by the antitrust authorities. Corporations such as Paramount, Epic Games, Imperial Sugar Company, and Illumina, to name just a few. 10 years after writing her article, Lena Khan was chosen by Joe Biden to head up the FTC and has since been making very different judgments on behalf of the public interest.
When we spot an illegal merger, we won't hesitate to act, because if we don't do our job, the American people lose out.
By going to bat for people against predatory corporations that are extorting America, Lena Khan is animating a populism that transcends party lines, one that is not Democrat versus Republican, corporate monopolist versus the people.
For most people, their day-to-day interaction with power is not necessarily with their government, but it's in our economy. And at a fundamental level, if we care about having real liberty for people, real democracy for people, we need to make sure that they're able to feel free, not just in our politics when they go to cast a vote, but also in our commercial sphere.
Khan is putting economic justice at the center of the FTC's policymaking, returning the agency to its roots of fighting monopolies and standing up against big business interests.
I mean, all the way back in 1890, you had lawmakers talking about how the railroad monopolies and the great trusts in the sugar industry and the steel industry were abusing their power in ways that was bad for workers, that was bad for farmers, and they said we need these antitrust laws to protect Americans from concentrated economic power. There have been tools on the books for a long time that our government has not used aggressively and used assertively. This administration has made clear that we are breaking from that past and from that history, and we're going to use all of the tools and authorities that we have to do our job.
And use all the tools they have in industry after industry. Instead of focusing on just one area of the economy to unrig, Khan has chosen to go to battle with Big Pharma, Big Oil, Big Ag, military-industrial complex, giant semiconductor chip companies, housing giants, big tech, credit card companies, mega grocery chains, auto dealers, private equity firms, on and on. To understand the power of these enforcement actions, let's dig a little bit deeper. Take Big Pharma.
Modern inhaler wasn't invented in the 1950s, but in America today, millions of Americans still pay hundreds of dollars just to get an inhaler that they rely on to be able to breathe. Our team took a closer look, and we realized that these inhaler companies, in some cases, had been claiming bogus patents for parts of the inhaler that really shouldn't have been patented. So we sent them letters challenging those patents, saying that those patents were unfairly blocking out competition, blocking out generic, cheaper options. And in response, a whole set of companies ended up delisting their patents and announcing that starting in June, they're going to cap how much any American pays for an inhaler, $35.
Pharma is hardly alone. From drug prices to junk fees, those unnecessary charges on ticket prices and airfares that seemingly come out of nowhere, Lena Khan has used her rulemaking authorities to save American money whenever and wherever she has the authority to do so.
Junk fees cost Americans over $90 billion a year. Money that corporations are extracting from Americans just because they can.
She's even gone after those pesky subscriptions that often keep you paying long after you stop using the service.
We've seen too many times companies make it so easy to sign up, but then when you try to cancel, you have to go in person, you have to make a phone call, but there's nobody there to pick up. And as a result, Americans end up paying tens of dollars, hundreds of dollars a month, stuck in subscriptions they no longer want.
Another way Lena Khan is making her mark, she's using antitrust to protect workers. Earlier this year, Khan instituted a rule banning non-compete agreements in employee contracts, which could raise workers' wages by nearly $300 billion per year.
Right now, workers are stuck in place because of these non-competes. And so even if they get a better job opportunity with higher wages, with better benefits, they can't actually switch jobs.
In using her litigation power, she has sued to block what could be the largest supermarket merger in U.S. history. Kroger's $24.6 billion acquisition of Albertsons.
The commission alleged that the deal would be bad for shoppers, but also would be bad for unionized workers who in the past had used the competition between Kroger and Albertsons to actually get more bargaining leverage when they were negotiating a contract
But perhaps the biggest claim to fame is her battle with Big Tech, a battle she's waged since law school, when she wrote a widely cited book called Amazon Antitrust Imperative. As the country's top antitrust enforcer, Khan has gone after Silicon Valley's biggest tech giants.
The Federal Trade Commission and 17 states are suing Amazon, claiming it operates an illegal monopoly. Zuckerberg in court today for a hearing surrounding the FTC's antitrust suit against the company.
OpenAI is facing a new complaint filed with the FTC today over the company's popular ChatGPT product.
There is enormous opportunity here for a vibrant market, but we also see risk. We see risk of consolidation. We see risk of monopolization.
As her critics love to point out, not all of the legal battles Khan has waged have been successful. But unlike her predecessors, Khan hasn't taken a play-it-safe approach that worries simply about the record in court. It's about proving that there are people in government who have the courage to wage tough battles in ways that have not been seen in recent history.
People all too often are being pitted against massive corporations that have a lot of power and that feel they can use that power to bully people, to coerce people, to steal from them. And the government is supposed to be on the side of the people and enforce the laws to protect them.
Khan has been so steadfast in her approach to litigation that the FTC is now having a deterrent effect, which means that countless corporations are not even attempting to engage in mergers and acquisitions out of fear that their proposed combinations will be deemed illegal.
What we hear from senior lawyers and corporate executives is that back in the day, if they were proposing a merger, they wouldn't really think about antitrust risk until the very end, if at all. But now, antitrust is being discussed right at the beginning of when a deal is even being considered. And as a law enforcer, our goal has to be to deter illegal behavior to begin with.
All of these actions have made Lina Khan a frequent target of the CEO class. Just take a look at the pages of the Wall Street Journal. In those op-ed pages, you'll find more than 100 articles attacking her in just the past few years. As of January, the Journal had run an average of one piece every 10 days attacking her. Big business has been gunning for Lina to be fired. They pounced quickly once Kamala Harris became the Democratic Party's presumptive nominee for president.
I do think that Lina Khan is a person who is not helping America in her job and what she's doing. And so I would hope that Vice President Harris would replace her.
But I will say Jonathan Kainer, the Attorney General, he goes. Khan goes. These people go.
A number of Democrats have been lobbying Harris to drop people like Lina Khan. I think that it's going to happen. And would you lobby for that?
Yeah, I would.
You would?
Yeah, I think she's a dope.
Still, Khan remains undeterred. You got a whole bunch of conservative actors who want to raise a fuss because, quite frankly, they seem to know that the things that you are doing impact bottom lines and affect their power. Can you be bullied?
Absolutely not. This is a job that Congress has given us, and it's no surprise that when you try to enforce the anti-monopoly laws assertively and in a way that's faithful to what Congress told us to do, monopolies are going to fight back.
Lina Khan is revamping antitrust and reminding the people the FTC was created to fight and against. She speaks softly while carrying the big stick. With her courage and dedication, Khan has put forth a model for how government officials should use their time and authority while they're serving the public.
I mean, the problems that Americans are facing in their day-to-day lives are so urgent, are so painful, and we really owe it to them to use everything we have to try to fight for them and protect them when the law's on their side.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe to see more videos like this one. If you ever have any ideas for what corporate should come next, please drop them.
Here's a question we've been digging into for the last few months. How did Harvard University get so rich? Take a look at these two data points. In 1978, Harvard University had a $1.4 billion pool of money, and they admitted 2,200 students to the incoming freshman class. This year, they have $50.7 billion, and they only admitted 1,942 students. That's a 3,500% increase to their endowment size and a 12% decrease to that admissions number. The same is true of the rest of the Ivy League as well, but it's not true for
public universities, which have seen decreased state funding over the same time period while increasing their enrollment numbers. Public universities enroll way more low-income students, too. The University of California, Berkeley, for example, enrolls more low-income students than the entire Ivy League combined. In the wake of affirmative action being struck down, there seem to be two tracks of organizing for equity in higher education. One is making admissions to elite institutions fair by removing legacy admissions, something that Biden's Department of Education is also investigating. But it's not enough to just end legacy admissions at elite institutions that only benefit a very small percentage of Americans. We need to structurally reform the higher education system.
We're supposed to be the party of class. You ignore what these schools are doing. I don't know.
Schools like Harvard, they should be expanding, they should be building the second and third campus.
If we taxed the topmost private institutions, we could get $1 trillion over a decade.
That's not impossible. We'll show you by the end of this video some very real ways we can actually do all of these things right now. And as a bonus, if you watch to the end, I'll make you a bet that I can show you one thing that Donald Trump did that you watching this video will actually agree with. And it has to do with Harvard. So let's get into it. This is the classroom of More Perfect Union. Today we're talking about how Harvard and the rest of the Ivy League got rich. A financial endowment is basically just an investment portfolio designed to grow a pool of money reserved for an organization. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has the largest endowment in America at $67 billion. Endowments for universities date as far back as ancient Rome. Money and education have always been tied together. Harvard isn't just the oldest institute of higher learning in America, it's also the oldest corporation in the entire Western Hemisphere. Harvard defines its endowment as thousands of philanthropic gifts donated since Harvard's early history, many of which were given to support specific aspects of Harvard's teaching and research. Legal scholar Henry Hansman writes that the shift to relying on these gifts came in the 1700s as a way to free Harvard from religious policy pressures that came with state funding from Massachusetts at the time. Endowments, quote, served to protect these institutions from the vicissitudes of the political process. It did not, however, free them from outside influence entirely, but rather served to shift the source of that influence. But it was only recently that these endowments exploded in size.
If you go back to the 60s in particular, endowments, they were mainly managed to maintain the size of the endowment.
Charlie Eaton is the author of Bankers in the Ivory Tower. In the book, you have a very important moment in the history of endowments. There's this report that the Ford Foundation puts out in 1969.
Yeah, in that they say, you know what, really endowments should be invested to maximize return on investment. And that lays the groundwork for these major changes in endowment management that take root in the 1980s.
The 1980s, the decade that transforms the university endowment as we know it. One thing that astonishes me about this time period is that this is when American intellectual society seems to shift away from inventing transformative new technologies or uncovering medical breakthroughs, and instead starts inventing financial schemes. Two of these schemes are hedge funds and private equity funds. They're both just very high-risk, high-reward investment methods that appeal to very wealthy individuals. Yale University's endowment manager, David Swensen, saw an opportunity for those new investments.
David Swensen develops this Yale model of endowment investing that involves putting large shares of the endowment into private equity investments and hedge fund investments that could yield higher returns on investment than other funds. The catch was those investments are riskier. They often also are at the expense of workers.
The laborers. You're supposed to be laboring. That's what you get for not having an education.
By 2019, about 60% of Yale's endowment fund consisted of investments in hedge funds, private equity, and venture capital firms. Hedge fund billionaire and 2020 presidential candidate Tom Steyer was a huge fan of Swensen, saying,
What David did was he pioneered new ways of thinking about investment. He did it with absolute integrity and honor, and he did it for a bigger cause than himself.
It just so happens that Swensen's pioneering new ways furthered Steyer's own interests as well.
Both Tom Steyer and David Swensen were alumni of Yale University. And at a Yale homecoming football game around 1986, Tom Steyer says he heard that David Swensen was now managing the Yale endowment. And he started a 2-year courtship of meeting with David Swensen to say, hey, if you you invest in my fund, I think I can earn really big returns for the Yale endowment fund. David Swenson said, well, this is high risk. How do we know you won't just close your firm if your hedge fund doesn't make big returns in its early years? And Steyer said, no, you can trust me, I won't shut down. And basically, as former Yaleys, they shook hands. And as a result, David Swenson, on that trust, gave Tom Steyer around $300 million in investment, which was about a third of his initial capital.
And that was the secret to Swenson's success. Embracing people like Steyer, he would grow Yale's endowment fund from $1 billion when he took over in 1985 to $31 billion when he passed away in 2021. The same sort of transaction between college and hedge fund was happening at Harvard.
Another of the first major hedge funds is the Baufuss Group, founded by Seth Klarman and a few other folks who were hanging around the Harvard Business School in the early 1980s. They developed their own hedge fund model that has since earned tens of billions of dollars. And oddly enough, folks from the Baufuss Group have gone on to sit on the Harvard Board of Managers, which is managing the investment.
You might be like, hey Jerry, what does the FGFS stand for on the SIM card tray? And that's a fantastic question. It's probably an acronym for Flash is gone, forever forgotten, which is literally how Samsung would say to those of us who do miss having an SD card slot, but it could also mean that frogs giggle at flying flamingos, which is slightly outside of my area of expertise, so we can just keep us going. Now, I don't clean up my desk super often, but when I do, I use a Z-Flip 7 as a dust cleaner, so it's important that the font be dust resistant. Samsung says it's actually
it helps secure hedge funds and private equity firms with massive early capital that they needed, and it also led to an endowment.
Those schools that have added hedge fund managers to their boards, they tend to have higher rates of return on investment.
So this is dirt. At one point, university endowments were managed just to maintain their size, only being grown to beat inflation. Then David Swenson, the Yale model, changes everything, pushing towards investing in riskier assets to maximize value. At the same time, people like Seth Klarman graduate from Ivy League schools, go on Wall Street, and start populating the board seats of the world colleges. They apply the lessons they learned on Wall Street to make as much money as possible. That's how Harvard and Yale and a whole bunch of other universities got rich. But what's so bad about colleges having a lot of money? They're like fixing the students up there. Well, for one thing, recent studies have shown that the colleges creating the biggest upper class mobility for graduates aren't the ones with the most money. In fact, they're largely public universities which have far less resources.
The Ivy League was founded by the rich elite and is operated for the benefit of the rich elite.
This is Jane Chung, a Harvard alumni, who talked to me about what it's like coming from a working class background and getting admitted into an elite university.
I found myself in a place where I was encountering incredible amounts of wealth, and I did not know how to navigate a system that was designed for the elite. Universities like Harvard, where I attended, have massive amounts of wealth, and yet students coming out of school are mired in hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. So where's the disconnect here? The story of public colleges has been starkly different. If you take an example like UC Berkeley, fantastic public school. They have 45,000 students in their student body. They only have $3 billion to operate.
Elite private universities keep their enrollments very, very small to remain elite. By definition, an elite is a group of folks that excludes others. If you admit too many students, you're not going to be elite because you're not being as exclusive.
That pursuit of elite status was exacerbated by another innovation of the 1980s, the U.S. News and World Report's college ranking system. Author Sahaj Sharda writes about how the magazine and its billionaire owner, Mort Zuckerman, got so powerful and influential in his new book, College Workout.
U.S. News and World Report has this massive market share. It is seen as the de facto college rankings by the vast majority of high school students.
Okay, so I just want to understand this U.S. News formula. How does it actually work?
There was this clear idea that you needed to make sure the schools everyone intuitively thought were the best schools come out on top, or else your ranking wouldn't have credibility. The aspect of this, which I think is really not understood well enough, is this sort of implicit bargain that Mr. Zuckerman made with the elite colleges was, you have to make it look like we're the most credible and established ranking. And in exchange, we're going to continue to rank you really well. And we're going to develop a...
Hey. You here? No, well, you just said an hour. It's been over an hour. Yeah, I'd like to come. Alright, maybe we could, I'm a little bit short. I was wondering if you could pull out 60. I have like 20 on my account. How much I got? So I wonder if I can 60. But I'm that's fine. Job market's hard. I'm not getting much scams. So I'm not looking at all I get is scams, not jobs. They're called ghost jobs here. So this is like get information, application, or scam. So a lot of yeah, I got one this morning too, telling me that Selena in the USA, your resume has been recommended by any online recruitment company, blah 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 blah. Like no, there's a lot of ghost jobs. A lot of ghost jobs. Oh, so you're saying the job market's good then? I should get going to Jenny, get my application with the manager at Front Mansion, and I'll get hired, right? Yeah. I know. Mark Carney's going to the LGBTQ meetings. Yeah, LGBTQ parade that the Prime Minister goes to. Also, recognizing Palestine as a state and getting Canada more tariffs. That's pretty important. Yeah. Okay.
I'm Rashid from Telus, and we are calling today to upgrade your plan. You can now get a 50% discount. Yeah. Yeah. They keep calling me for promotion. Yeah. So that'll cover a little bit, but there's 80 a month, right? Okay. Okay. So we can get some steak because that save on foods is right below it, right? But I get points. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I'm literally on child support for $600 a month for one child. I gotta pay $600 a month for child support. I only got one kid. But I would definitely need a job then. If I have custody. I got a criminal record, so no. They'll be able to argue in court that, oh, he's not stable. Yep. Yeah, but my mom isn't alive. If my mom was alive and Jeremy had that, she wanted full custody, she'd have pretty good record to fight that. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think it would look good. Well, means I'm gonna get like half that. So I won't be able to child support. No, but in their eyes, in their eyes, I was trying to kill someone. That's in their eyes. Fuck. I'll get canceled. yeah, I know. That one wasn't open when I went home. Yeah, the show was good. But, you know, Jared 333 is gonna get silver. He's on day 8 of asking for tracks for 1 ounce of silver. He's gonna get silver before me.
you're on your second tank already, eh?
Yeah, and I'm trying to half. Stop! Took a little bit of acid, a little bit of shrooms. Did that tree just talk or was it you? So I can cook Wagyu burgers.
Yeah, totally. Okay, I gotta run because I'm not late. So, let me know when the barbecue comes. Good, it should.
All right.
Okay, if by chance that thing is
Oh, it will.
okay.
Yeah.
This morning, there's a new warning for parents and kids about energy drinks. Maybe you've seen Prime Energy on social media.
Why the drink is getting so much negative attention? Schools are actually banning it.
Right? Yeah.
This is like the most sugary drink that's ever been.
What are they using for?
They taste like nothing with 3 times the sugar.
We need to give it a piece. Give it a piece.
Logan Paul, ASI, Coca-Cola.
She's still back at the Savoy. Just
Logan Paul, KSI, Coca-Cola, even Messi. Names that seem unrelated at first glance. Yet they all converged on the strangest brand collapses in life. Prime Hydration, once hailed as a billion-dollar unicorn poised to disrupt the beverage industry's gold bar, Prime, created by Logan Paul and KSI, burst onto the scene with a hurry. Sold out shelves, endorsed by Holland, a global sensation among Gen Z, and swiftly valued at billions. At its peak, people believed Prime could rival Coca-Cola itself, but in less than 3 years, that dream shattered at breakneck speed. Prime was hit with relentless allegations of toxic ingredients, faced lawsuits across multiple states, and most notably saw simmering tension with all superstars. Messi turned his back, and Ronaldo publicly snubbed the product on the pitch. As the veneer of fame cracked, the truth emerged. Sales plummeted by over 90%, consumer trust evaporated, and Prime now languishes on Walmart's clearance shelves, a relic of a frenzied marketing. Honestly, after breaking it all down, by the end of this video, I think Prime isn't even worth $10 million. So what exactly went wrong? And can they climb out of the abyss they've fallen into over the past 365 days? Let's start with the numbers, the really honest numbers. In 2023, Prime wasn't just an electric company, it was a phenomenon. From gyms to UFC venues, from school kids' hands to stadiums, Prime was everywhere. Fueled by influencers like Mr. Beast and fighters like Rockstar, its hype was so intense that people hunted limited edition models like rare in-game collectibles. And during those years, this brand was everything to them. The billion-dollar dream of Logan Paul and KSI, especially Logan, who once declared his lifelong goal was to become a billionaire. In his mind, Prime was the fastest road to that fortune. The strategy was crystal clear, positioned Prime as a formidable rival to Gatorade, Powerade, and Body Armor, aiming to dominate the sports drink market and seize enough market share to attract a buyout from industry giants. If everything went smoothly, the goal was to make Prime a leading brand in the beverage market, potentially netting Logan and KSI, believed to hold significant stakes in the company, hundreds of millions, if not billions, on the sale. Case in point, Logan's net worth had already climbed to over $150 million by 2025. For that to happen, Logan, rumored to own 20% of the company, would need a buyout deal valued at $5 billion. We all know Logan would stop at nothing to promote Prime, plastering it everywhere. He even leveraged his wife's pregnancy to market Prime alongside a new product called Lunch. But let's be real, at this point, no amount of advertising or cooperation seems capable of saving Prime. If we picture a company as a rocket soaring into the sky, Prime is now plummeting to earth without parachute. Even Michael Jackson's legendary "Hold the Candle" is back on the slide right now. To truly grasp Prime's fall, we need to look at its fading popularity across the ocean. In the UK, Prime's revenue nosedived by 70%, from £112.2 million to just £32.8 million. But the real kicker is the net profit, plunging from £3.7 million to a mere £31, roughly $429,000. I should note that this figure can be misleading if you only glance at the company's surface, as costs can fluctuate yearly. But revenue is what should keep Prime awake at night. We already know sales in the US dropped by over 50% in the first half of 2024. Globally, Prime has lost a staggering 92% of its total revenue in just under 2 years. This makes Prime one of the fastest declining consumer brands in the entire food and beverage industry. Prime's representatives have tried to downplay it, claiming this is just a natural correction after a fleeting craze. But then an unexpected lawsuit hit, forcing them to reassess everything and rethink their approach. From an outsider's perspective, this sent an overwhelmingly negative signal to investors and potential buyers. As Prime's spotlight faded, why would major companies want to rescue a free-falling rocket in the middle of a recovery? They can stick with established brands boasting steady growth, or let Prime implode on its own. Compare this to Body Armor's rise, acquired by Coca-Cola, and it's clear why Prime isn't appealing to corporate giants. Body Armor spent 7 years building sustainable growth before Coca-Cola bought a 15% stake in 2018. It posted a 180% revenue surge from 2018 to 2019, doubled its revenue by 2021, and then saw Coca-Cola snap up the remaining 85% stake.
We gone from 200 million to 150 million to 700 million and children 1.1 billion in revenue, and Coca-Cola buying us have done an amazing job getting this brand to the next level.
And the reason for that collapse, bluntly put, Prime was never really about the drink. It was a product built not on a unique formula, but on Logan Paul's face plaster for value. A textbook case of cashing in on personal fame instead of crafting a product with lasting quality. The truth is, that's how top chefs like Gordon Ramsay judge a dish. One whiff and they can instantly tell if it's quality or garbage. With Prime, it's like a storm tore through, exposing the facade of Logan Paul's business empire. Prime exploded onto the scene when Logan and KSI were dominating every social media platform. They masterfully leveraged their massive influence to turn an electrolyte drink into a trendy icon practically overnight. But here's the problem: fame fades, and when it does, your brand needs a solid core to survive. Sadly, Prime didn't have that. Now the data speaks for itself. Customer retention rates have tanked, average spending has plummeted, and new cost per acquisition is nearly non-existent. Why? Simple. People tried crime. They didn't like it. Once the curiosity wore off, consumers returned to stable, trusted, and effective options. Gatorade, body armor, Powerade, don't rely on hype. Worse still, crime lacked a genuine marketing strategy. Think about it. When was the last time you saw a crime ad on TV, film, or a commercial beyond Logan and KSI's YouTube comments? Exactly. No TV spots, no consistent presence in professional sports events, unless Logan or KSI were involved. Everything revolved around one thing: influencer marketing. But here's the inevitable truth: influencers can't sustain attention forever. When creators stop talking about crime, people stop seeking it out. When the hype fades, sales vanish. When sales vanish, retailers stop stocking. And like a domino effect, every link in the chain collapses. And when stores began halting orders, the lawsuits started piling up.
And the problem here is that crime has so much caffeine to targeted at kids under 18.
As if plummeting sales weren't bad enough, crime now faces a cascade of legal disputes that can cost tens of millions of dollars, and more critically, undermine a business model that was shaky from the start. First and most severe blow, Mark Pressman, Prime's beverage manufacturing partner, filed a $67 million lawsuit alleging Prime breached a long-term supply agreement. Specifically, Prime is accused of committing to minimum orders over 3 years, but backing out when sales tank, failing to pay the required penalties. The sheer scale of this lawsuit will single-handedly drain Prime's budget and shatter the confidence of any investor considering a buyout. Next came a series of lawsuits targeting the product's ingredients, labeling, and transparency. One high-profile case claims that Prime Energy, the energy drink line, misrepresents its caffeine content. Instead of the advertised 200 milligrams, independent tests revealed levels ranging from 215 to 225 milligrams. You might think 15 milligrams is trivial, but in the beverage industry, even small labeling errors can be deemed false advertising, paving the way for a flood of consumer-driven nitpick lawsuits. It doesn't end there. Another lawsuit alleges that Prime's nutritional labels are inadequate, failing to clearly disclose actual calorie counts, electrolyte details, or specific product benefits. In an era where consumers are increasingly discerning and health conscious, not being transparent about what's really in the bottle delivers a crushing blow to buyer trust. These guys have the advantage of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of customers, yet there's not a single review on their process. So what's Logan Paul doing this time? He's playing nutritionist, churning out YouTube videos to push the idea that his product is top-notch. He constantly brags about their state-of-the-art production facilities and the deep pockets to churn out more products. Basically, they're just acting like they deserve to hand themselves a national award for their brand. Nothing but self-praise. It's worth noting that every batch of Prime is tested and canned from the factory until quality control gives the green light. That's what's happening here.
We check every batch. We are FDA regulated, also third-party certified with world-class groups like USF. We have an amazing group of quality firms.
But despite all the noise, the profits aren't going down. The lawsuits keep piling up. Now there's yet another one. They're practically lining up to celebrate. Take the next lawsuit. It's infuriating. Agrana, Prime's raw material supplier, is demanding $13 million, alleging Prime failed to pay for placed orders. Agrana claims Prime is grappling with serious cash flow issues, while Prime countersues, arguing the materials were subsidized. Regardless of who's right, this lawsuit is a glaring red flag for an internal operation already showing cracks. Then there's the PFAS lawsuit, a toxic chemical issue. The plaintiff alleges that Prime's grape flavored drink contains PFAS, a substance classified as hazardous by the EPA, U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, which can pose serious health risks with long-term exposure. Prime is scrambling to have the case dismissed, but the legal process is still grinding on it. And it doesn't stop there. A slew of other lawsuits target Prime's marketing of its high caffeine energy line. As safe for kids and teens, this one really gets under my skin. The use of similar colors and packaging designs between the hydration caffeine-free and energy caffeine pack lines is accused of deliberately causing confusion. And plenty of kids have been misled, unknowingly drinking the energy version. This isn't just an ethical issue. At a marketing level, it's reckless. And from a legal standpoint, it can be deemed seriously misleading conduct with harmful consequences for children. Finally, a bizarre lawsuit came from the United States of America and the USOC. Prime released a Team USA edition featuring Kevin Durant, but lacked permission to use the Olympic name or symbols. The USOC sent a cease and desist letter which Prime ignored. The result, they got sued and were forced to settle out of court. The matter was eventually resolved, but if Prime had won, do you think Logan Paul would have stayed quiet? Not a chance. Their silence is the subtlest admission of guilt. Yet, in all this chaos, instead of focusing on fixing product issues or improving management processes, the Prime team led by Logan Paul doubled down on a marketing campaign dripping with arrogance. With a tone that belittles competitors, Logan Paul and even Mr. Beast, who recently entered the food and beverage market haven't hesitated to publicly trash rival brands, particularly Gatorade, Liquid Gold, and Lunchables.
The hydration beverages that are on the market right now are either A, not good, or B, taste like shit. Gatorade's been around for 15 years, it's 120 calories. It's so high in sugar.
However, the issue isn't competition itself. It's the attitude. A good company doesn't need to tear others down to lift itself up. Worse still, even health experts are calling out their claims, refusing to back them.
If a parent came into my doctor's office, I would not recommend that their child so long.
Even the most basic technical comparison is ridiculous.
Liquid IV has 870 milligrams of electrolytes, and the frog stick has 871 milligrams of electrolytes.
You don't even know the difference of why we would use formulation some sodium in there.
It's absolutely impossible to be honest.
The reality is that Prime isn't a true athlete brand electrolyte drink. It's just flavored water, low calorie with some potassium and sucralose. Drinkable, sure, but hardly worth the hype. When you attack another brand without a solid scientific basis, you don't just diminish them, you diminish yourself. That's exactly what Prime and Logan Paul are doing to themselves. Ultimately, this isn't just a story about a brand getting sued, a product being criticized, or a company failing to honor production commitments. It's a tale of arrogance, lack of preparation, and a mindset obsessed with chasing hype. Prime surged too fast, pushed too hard. When the market turned, they had nothing to hold on to except marketing gimmicks, competitor jabs, and self-aggrandizing live streams. Logan Paul's dream of a blockbuster buyout is likely never happened. No one invests in a company whose product identity is tied to controversy and whose growth strategy hinges on mascot cosplay. What about you? Have you tried Prime? Do you buy into Logan Paul's claims? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks for watching until the end of the video.
Marissa A. Kennedy was born on October 29, 2007. Her mother, Sharon Kennedy, was 22 years old and never revealed the identity. She later married Marissa's stepmother, Julio Murillo, in 2015 when Marissa was just 8 years old. Marissa was the firstborn, followed by 3 other siblings, 2 brothers and a sister. Her grandmother, Joseph Kennedy, and grandmother, Roseanne Kennedy, helped raise her. They called her the love of their lives. Marissa had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a bright smile. Her grandparents said she lit up the room whenever she walked into it. Marissa loved going to the library and loved reading. Her favorite books were the Magic Tree House series when she was younger, and fantasy stories like Harry Potter and Shakespeare. Her favorite color was purple. Marissa enjoyed swimming, dancing, and liked going to the aquarium. She liked building with Legos. Her grandmother said she would look at the Lego doll and assemble it if there was no help. She liked to watch movies, especially Frozen. Marissa loved going to car shows and run from car to car. She liked to touch the hood, examining the engines. She made friends easily and loved her family parties.
As we mentioned earlier, Marissa initially lived with her mother, her mother's parents, Sharon's father, Joseph, and her stepmother, Roseanne. Sharon was 3 years old when Roseanne married Joseph. Roseanne, Sharon did not talk until she was 5. She did go to kindergarten, but she had such difficulty there that her parents placed her in school for children with special needs. She went to school all year round, 12 months a year, did well in small classes and private students. She graduated high school with a type of diploma that was easier to get than a state diploma. Sharon's first job was at a medical pharmacy. She worked in the day care. She struggled at these jobs and was eventually fired. She would only do exactly what she was asked to do, couldn't problem solve when anything was even slightly different than the instructions she was given. Sharon initially hid her pregnancy from her parents. They were very concerned when they found out because they didn't think she had the ability to take care of a child. They arranged for home lessons about how to feed and care for her baby. Once Marissa arrived, Roseanne and Joseph helped Sharon. They all lived together.
After Marissa was born, Sharon got a job at Walmart. Roseanne said she loved working there. However, on multiple occasions, Sharon was almost fired for being too slow. Roseanne intervened, explaining Sharon's learning difficulties. Sharon kept her job. Sharon met Julio while working for Walmart. The two began dating, but Sharon kept the relationship secret at first. When they found out, her parents were concerned because Julio was 20 years older than Sharon. When they met him, he seemed calm and easy to talk to. He was charming and had an answer for everything. He told people what they wanted to hear. Roseanne and
said he could tell she didn't want it. After they moved away from their support system in New York, they went strong. In 2016, police were called twice before the family died. That fall, Marissa was missing too much. Julio said the absences were because Marissa was getting mental health treatment for her pain. Julio made a truancy report with Maine's Office of Child and Family Services, CFS. They logged the report and decided no further action was necessary.
In December, the school was trying to get in touch with Sharon and Julio, but they weren't answering multiple phone calls, so the school submitted another report to OCFS. Now, around the same time, 3 more reports were submitted to OCFS from medical professionals concerned about the health of Sharon. Doctors wanted to admit Sharon for inpatient visits. During this incident, doctors noted that Julio didn't allow Sharon Morris to speak when he was in his presence. An OCFS caseworker did a home visit on December 9th. During the visit, Julio said Sharon's mental health was causing her problems. Sharon said she had appointments scheduled to manage her medication and participate in counseling. Marissa said she was fine because talked to her parents and she was worried about her. At this point, a pattern was beginning to develop. Julio and Sharon would stay with officials for a year. They would sign paperwork. They would promise to make changes if they wanted. They wouldn't call or leave any of their needs. OCFS checked with the child welfare office to see if the family had a history of abuse. Officials in New York had no record of abuse. Child welfare had never been involved where Joseph and Roseanne were brought to help.
Later in December, the family met to discuss therapy. Julio did the majority of the talking. The doctor was concerned that Julio didn't want Marissa seeing a therapist by herself. Marissa said she didn't want therapy. Sharon told the doctor she wasn't happy with those services and was going to switch to a new doctor unless ending her relationship with her was uncertain whether or not Marissa was going to push. This was another pattern. Whenever it seemed like someone might hold them accountable, the couple would switch to one side. With this slate wiped clean, they could make more promises. It would take months before their lies caught up to them. The next day, Sharon told the caseworker they had a new doctor. They were going to make appointments for them. December 19th, Julio and Sharon met with the school to plan to help Marissa get to class regularly. School personnel told the caseworker the couple did not seem genuine. They only wanted to look like they were trying to fix the problem. By the beginning of the next year, Marissa had already missed several appointments, including one for medication management. On January 10th, a public health nurse visited the family in their home. For those unfamiliar, public health nurses make visits to help monitor and treat including mental health issues. Sharon and Julio said the right things to the nurse. Noted in the report that it was open nursing. Visit, the nurse found no sign of abuse. So, January 12th, CFS.
In early 2017, Sharon had her third child, another daughter. On April 3rd, Marissa had an intake appointment with Julio. Switching doctors meant Marissa had to watch closely for 3 and a half months. At the session, Julio focused on telling Sharon and Marissa what was going on with their lives. The doctor wrote a note to CC Marissa and the school network, noting she was supposed to go back to school that afternoon. The school contacted the doctor saying Marissa missed all of April 3rd as well as April 4th. Julio told the school that Marissa had always been missing. The doctor had no record of her admission, so they called Julio to ask for a welfare check. When he survived, Julio told the officer that Marissa was sick. Now, as it turns out, Julio had told the doctor, school, police, all different stories. His lies worried the doctor, who made a report to OCFS, and subsequently an OCFS prevention police assigned to the case.
On April 5th, the school official tried to talk to Marissa. She said she felt safe at home, but she also said she wasn't supposed to talk to anyone in the school. When Sharon came to pick Marissa up, a staff member told her Marissa wanted to stay for the after-school program. She said she had to ask her to leave. Sharon spoke to Julio. Out of nowhere, Sharon and Marissa ran away, literally. They both ran out of the school and got to the car that Julio was waiting for. Staff were understandably concerned about this, so they told the OCFS prevention worker about the incident. They also mentioned Marissa's truancy. Later in April, an neighbor called police to report yelling. Julio told police they had just gotten an eviction notice. Sharon was upset. Mid-May, the doctor reported the couple met with Julio. Sharon and Julio claimed Marissa had been canceled. Their excuse was that they took her to the ER. However, the ER had no record of any visit. Police were called for a welfare check, but could not locate the neighbor. A few days later, police were back again for another welfare check. This time, the neighbor had called. The neighbor heard a man yelling. Police arrived, the couple could not come to them. The next day, that same neighbor called police again. Sharon had been screaming, and Julio had been yelling at her. Among other things, the neighbor heard him call Sharon a slur.
On May 24th, police were called again by a neighbor. The neighbor witnessed Julio punching Marissa in the leg. Julio also yelled at Marissa while the neighbor said Sharon was crying and that Julio abused Sharon and Marissa on a regular basis. The neighbor also said Julio scared everyone in the house. On May 26th, the school reported Marissa for truancy. She had missed 29 days of school. Sharon and Julio were not home from the landing for 3 days. 19 of the 29 days were missed after the plan had been established. On May 31st, OCFS opened a new report based on the truancy report from the school. The previous prevention report was closed because of the new report. A new caseworker was assigned. That same day, the new caseworker attempted to make 2 unannounced visits but failed to answer. Sharon called back later and reached out the next day. The caseworker planned to interview Marissa alone in the school and meet with the rest of the family members. Sharon called back to explain that Marissa had a nervous condition and couldn't talk to strangers. The caseworker insisted she meet with Marissa alone.
On June 1st, the caseworker met Marissa at school with the rest of the family. At the school, Marissa said she did not feel comfortable talking. The caseworker asked her questions. Marissa stared at her and said nothing. The caseworker talked to the school staff. They explained their concern. They also said Sharon and Julio were planning to switch schools. At the apartment, the caseworker met with Julio and Sharon. Sharon said she and Julio made all the decisions together. That Marissa missed school because of medical appointment. They didn't allow Marissa to go on field trips because they were apparently they thought Marissa might pass out because she was so skinny. They claimed to not withhold school as a punishment. Sharon admitted she sometimes yelled, screamed, swore. She knew it wasn't right, but she blamed it on her mental health problems. She promised to find a doctor and get herself. In his interview, Julio said Marissa missed school and field trips sometimes because of appointments and sometimes because she didn't want to go. She didn't like the school because they were always trying to talk to her about things. He said Marissa's mental health made him think he was punished. He admitted he yelled sometimes. He claimed he never hit anybody, including Marissa. He would hold her sometimes, calm her without words. Sharon and Julio said they were being evicted and looked forward to Marissa's plan. The caseworker found no signs of danger, but was concerned Julio seemed violent.
The next day, the caseworker spoke to the grandmother. Their conversation, he said Julio was very controlling. He wouldn't let either Sharon or Marissa speak if he wasn't there. He also said Roseanne would be in Maine soon and he'd be happy to meet in person. The OCFS caseworker called the next week to arrange services for Julio said she was having multiple crises because her grandparents were sick. A few days later, the school told the caseworker that Marissa was unusually sleepy. Sharon said it was because of her neck. The school contacted her doctor, who said that shouldn't be happening. They were concerned that parents were giving her incorrect medication. The doctor tried to follow up about the prescription. Sharon and Julio lied about which providers Marissa was seeing.
When the caseworker met to discuss this issue, Julio said Marissa was a danger to herself and blamed her grandmother Roseanne was harassing her. He told the caseworker he had gotten a report from friends Roseanne, but there was no evidence that this was true. He said they were working on figuring out Marissa's medications before this the first time. He said they were being evicted because of all the calls to her, including Sharon. Sharon was present during this meeting, but she didn't manager had similar observations, especially about how Julio dominated the conversation.
In late June, Julio negotiated an extension on the eviction. The family could stay until July 31st, as long as there were no more noise complaints. On June 26th, Julio called the caseworker to say that Marissa was already gone. He said she was having out-of-control tantrums before her return. He said Sharon was afraid of her, and he was afraid she would hurt the younger children. Julio and Sharon wanted to hospitalize Marissa in an inpatient ward. The caseworker said the couple should call crisis early. A card was set up to provide urgent help. Julio refused to do so. During this time of crisis, the case manager had to close the case. Policy required an assessment within 30 days. The family had scheduled 3 appointments to complete an assessment, but this fell through.
On June 29th, OCFS sent a letter closing the case without finding a cause. The family was referred to the Alternative Response Program, ARP, community-based program providing classes. This program was designed for families who are not considered high risk for CAF. It's unclear why they were placed in this type of programming, and multiple reports were released by medical professionals. In the meantime, Sharon and Julio had hospitalized Marissa with mental health issues. Now, with their case closed, they wanted to discharge her as, for them, they had been evicted.
So this is my meal I cooked up on the grill. Got the corn on the cob right there. Got my Wagyu burgers. Lots of grains.
However, the eviction had been moved to the end of July, and the family never went back to work. This was at least partly answered. Marissa was discharged into her mother's care in Sunday. Case closed. There was no reason to stop Sharon.
Throughout mid-July, OCFS received several court calls. Parents took her to the ER 5 days in a row, left before any treatment could be put in her place. Julio and Sharon stopped returning to the office. They didn't talk to anyone at OCFS. In August, Sharon and Julio moved to Condo and Stockholm, Minnesota, a small town located 40 minutes south of Vancouver, USA. The condo was owned by Joseph, who was single. At the condo, all the children were sharing a bedroom with Sharon and Julio. Joseph heard about the arrangement and told Julio and Sharon to move Marissa to the second bedroom. Julio said he would, but never moved. Joseph also told Julio they wanted to help take care of Marissa. Sharon's brother said Marissa could come live in his neighborhood during the school year. Julio agreed that this would help her. According to Joseph, Julio said, "It would be nice if he could talk to Sharon more. That's what I offer him every time I see him. Smile and yes, you can."
Around the same time, Joseph and Roseanne spent 10 days with Marissa. Their goal was to prevent eviction. On the trip, Joseph and Roseanne noticed Marissa seemed to check with Julio
asked her if she wanted to play mini golf in Ireland's Cove. They didn't reveal what her fate is. Then she said, Joseph and Roseanne also took the family out to eat and spent time with us. She built a Lego castle with her grandfather. She went shopping and bought a new purple outfit to wear for her sleeves in Marble Run.
CTV's senior political correspondent Michael Couture has more on the state of the trade talks from the U.S. ambassador to Canada. Mike.
Ambassador, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it.
It's good to be here. Thanks for the invite.
So what are you hearing about the state of negotiations between Canada and the U.S. right now?
It's going to take a while to work through it. There's a lot of issues that are still on the table. And, you know, I think the next few weeks are going to kind of be slow. But, you know, the president's got some other priorities. They want to get a deal done with China. And so, but, you know, as soon as there's, you know, offers on the table, ready to move forward, you know, we'll want to get to a deal.
So you're saying Canada's not a priority right now?
The president has, you know, has talked about wanting to get to China. Sure, Canada's a priority, but I mean, there's a whole lot of countries that are priorities. But right now, you know, I think the opportunity area right now is to do something potentially with China.
I want to talk about that timeline. You said a number of weeks. Are we thinking month, 2 months? Like, how much should Canadian businesses really be looking at right now as an outside or even an inside time? They're looking for time frames. They want to know how soon this can get going and how soon this can be rectified. If you had to give an idea, because you just said a number of weeks might be quiet, are we looking at months?
I'm not going to speculate on this. I mean, this is an agreement that could come together very, very quickly, or it could stretch out because there are, I think even as the Prime Minister said, these are complex negotiations, and sometimes, you know, these things come together, the puzzle pieces fit together very quickly, and other times you're just kind of looking at it, how do I put this all together, and it takes longer. I think, you know, most of us would like to get to an agreement as soon as possible.
Are we at that stage where we're still looking at puzzle pieces and trying to figure out how they fit together, or is there a path and we just have to actually get them together?
I think you're still looking at some puzzle pieces, yes, and how they fit together.
What are
But yeah, man, I know God's going to bless me, man. I think God is going to, because I had to go through hell for this. I never lost faith. You know what I mean? You're going to go through that where you're going to say stuff you don't mean, and you're going to be there where you feel like you want to, but I'll never give up on God. Truly, never. I refuse to give up on God. It's not an act with me. That's the difference. Y'all want to act, whatever, but we ain't acting over here. You know what I mean? I really stand with God, and I'm really God's son, so I'm really the Messiah. So, you know, like I said, anybody I'm with, I mean, there's no choice. I mean, what do you mean you believe? It's not a belief. It's just a fact. Me being God's son has been proven to you. I mean, are you serious? When they called Seton Hospital, I went through the same thing that Jesus Christ went through. Literally. I can't explain it all in vivid detail on here because there's rules and this is my business. If anyone would like to have that discussion, I'd be more than happy to have it with you. I can explain to you exactly what I went through, right? And everybody knows that every time I speak, I only speak the truth. So what do you mean? I've never even said a lie in my entire life, ever. Everything I've said, I've proven beforehand and went through it, and then I wait, and then I talk. So that's the thing. Once we get all these folks out of here and out of my show and away from us, we gain clarity, we gain peace, we get to hear the voice of God. All these people are saved. They ain't talking about nothing. So like I said, let them do what they do, brother. You know, like I said, they trying as hard as they can. For what reason? You know what I mean? Of course they trying as hard as they can because they see. It's not like going. I'm gonna probably look at you, not say nothing, because the bad is very quiet. I'm just gonna observe and keep on getting busy, focus working in the street, and I'm probably just gonna look at you and remain silent, and you're gonna be tripping like, wow, that's really bad, man. Because I got. I know. I stopped bringing technology. We actually deployed it on a million that ended up on him. And I need to talk to the book. And what they're saying is, what the video was that they realized everybody just came to a chat and started typing. I talked to all the people on the internet. So, like I said, I need to call him. But I have to do that. I'm not concerned about
Identification verified. Here is your order number 847. That will be $63.99. Please confirm payment.
Payment confirmed.
Transaction complete. I'm not looking for much.
Spaces are available.
Please.
More androids! We need to ban androids now!
Where the fuck you going, Tin Can? Hmm? No kidding. Hey guys, check it out. We got one of those tin cans here.
Look at this little motherfucker. You steal our jobs, but you can't even stand up.
You ain't going anywhere. We're gonna fuck your bitch ass up.
Yeah, waste it.
Do it!
All right. It's enough. Leave it alone. Let us teach this bastard a lesson.
You damage it, I'm gonna have to find you.
We can take your job next. See how you like it.
Okay. Let's go. Run along.
Androids are stealing our jobs. Yeah! We got families to feed, and these androids are taking our places. Machines, ladies and gentlemen, are meant to serve us. Not to replace us.
Customers are reminded that
You coming? You've been gone for 2 weeks, so the place is a mess. You do the housework, the washing, you cook the meals, and you take care of... God damn it, where the fuck's the brat gone now? Alice! Alice! Oh, there you are. That's Alice. You look after her. Homework, bath, all that crap. Got it?
Yes, Todd.
Get started down here, then you do upstairs. Yeah. Maybe. Depends on what you need. Yeah, I can get that. Yeah. I'll bring it tomorrow. Yeah, same place. You know where. TV on. Kara!
Yes, Todd?
Bring me a cold beer!
Right away.
Out of the way, for fuck's sake!
I'm sorry, Todd. It won't happen again. I've made a good start down here. I'll head upstairs.
Do what you have to do, but stop bothering me.
And now...
Watch it.
I just want to tidy up your room a little. I only need 2 minutes. Is that okay, Alice? Alice in Wonderland. Of course. I'm sure we used to be friends before I was reset. Maybe we can be friends again. Your father said you chose my name. Kara, it's nice. How did you choose it? What about your mother? Will she be home soon? You should tell me about yourself. What you like to do, where you like to go, your favorite foods. That would really help me.
Aslan! Aslan! Aslan!
What are you doing?
I'm playing.
You're playing. I know what you're thinking. You think your dad's a lowlife? Huh? Fucking loser? Can't get a job, take care of his family? Don't you think I tried to make things work? But whatever I do, when someone comes along, they just fuck it all up! I know what you think of me. You hate me. You hate me, don't you? Say it! You hate me! God, what am I doing? I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know I love you, don't you? You know I love you.
Good morning, Carl.
Good morning.
It's 10 a.m. The weather is partly cloudy, 54 degrees, 80% humidity with a strong possibility of afternoon showers.
It sounds like a good day to spend in bed.
I did go to pick up the paint that you ordered.
Oh, yes, I've forgotten. That is the difference between you and me, right, Marcus? You never forget anything.
Show me your arm, please, Carl.
No.
Carl. Thank you.
I just opened my eyes and I'm already gritting my teeth.
Humans are such a fragile machine. They break down so quickly. All this effort to keep them going. Hey, what happened to your clothes?
Oh, it's nothing. Just some demonstrators in the street, Carl.
What a bunch of idiots. They think they can stop progress by roughing up a few androids? I hope they didn't harm you.
Oh, no. They just pushed me around, Carl. I'm fine. Okay. I'll take you to the bathroom now.
Anything special on the agenda today?
Yes, there's the opening of your retrospective at the Museum of Modern Art. The gallery director left 4 messages asking to confirm your attendance.
I haven't decided yet. We'll see about that later.
Okay.
What else?
Just your usual fan mail. I've already answered.
Any news from Leo?
No, Carl. I can call him if you like.
No. No, don't bother. I'm starving.
Well, your breakfast is ready. Bacon and eggs, just the way you like them.
Thank you, Marcus.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Marcus. Television.
Tensions continue to rise in the Arctic since Russia unilaterally declared the region part of its national territory. Several Russian warships have taken position in the Barents Sea since Saturday, and a Russian flag now flies over the island. The Russian president repeated in a speech to the Duma.
Why don't you find something to do while I finish my breakfast?
Sure. Okay, Carl.
Last night, the American ambassador again informed an emergency meeting of the UN that the United States would not accept this annexation under any circumstances. Several American destroyers are reported to be headed for the Barents Sea. Douglas Cornwall, chairman of the UN, announced at a press conference that we have never been so close to a third world war. He called on Russia and the United States to promptly renew talks before things get out of control.
Television off. Mankind is so depressing. Nothing but greed, stupidity, and violence. 5,000 years of civilization just to get to where we are. Something has changed in the way you play. Sometimes I think you have more humanity than most humans. One day I won't be here to take care of you anymore. You'll have to protect yourself and make your choices. Decide who you are and want to become. This world doesn't like those who are different, Marcus. Don't let anyone tell you who you should be. Let's go to the studio. Let's see where we left off. Remove the sheet. So, what's your verdict, Marcus?
I'm not programmed to criticize art. You would be a much better judge than I would.
The truth is, I have nothing left to say anymore. Each day that goes by brings me closer to the end. I'm just an old man clinging to his brushes.
Carl.
But enough about me. Let's see if you have any talent. Give it a try. Try painting something.
Paint? But would I... Painting what?
Anything you want. Give it a try. That is a perfect copy of reality. The painting is not about replicating the world. It's about interpreting, improving on it, showing something you see.
Carl, I don't think I can do that. It's not in my program.
Go on, go. Try it. Grab that canvas. Do something for me. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Trust me. Try to imagine something that doesn't exist, something you've never seen. Now concentrate on how it makes you feel, and let your hand drift across the canvas. God.
Hey, Dad.
Leo. I didn't hear you come in.
Oh, I was in the neighborhood. I thought I'd stop by. It's been a while, right?
You all right? You don't look so good.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Hey, listen, I need some cash, Dad.
Again? What happened to the money I just gave you?
Well, it just goes, you know?
Yeah, you're on it again, aren't you?
No, I swear, it's not that.
No, don't lie to me, Leo.
What difference does it make? I just need some cash, that's all.
Sorry. The answer's no.
What? Why?
You know why.
Yeah, I think I do know why. You'd rather take care of your plastic toy here than your own son, right? Tell me, Dad, what's it got that I don't? Smarter? More obedient? Not like me, right? But you know what? This thing is not your son. It's a fucking machine!
Leo, that's enough. Enough.
You don't care about anything except yourself and your goddamn paintings. You've never loved anyone. You never loved me, Dad. You never loved me.
Lieutenant Anderson, my name is Connor. I'm the android sent by CyberLife. I looked for you at the station, but nobody knew where you were. They said you were probably having a drink nearby. I was lucky to find you at the 5th bar.
What do you want?
You were assigned a case early this evening. A homicide involving a CyberLife android. In accordance with procedure, the company has allocated a specialized model to assist investigators.
Well, I don't need any assistance. Especially not from a plastic asshole like you. Just be a good little robot and get the fuck out of here.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant, but I must insist. My instructions stipulate that I have to accompany you.
You know where you can stick your instructions?
No. Where?
Never mind.
Lieutenant Anderson, I must inform you that I intend to file a report on your behavior. You know what? I'll buy you one for the road. What do you say? Bartender, the same again, please.
See that, Jim? Wonders of technology. Make it a double. Did you say homicide? You wait here. It won't be long.
Whatever you say, Lieutenant.
Fucking A, whatever I say.
Josh Douglas for Channel 16. Can you confirm that this is a homicide?
I'm not confirming anything.
Androids are not permitted beyond this point.
It's with me. What part of staying in the car didn't you understand?
Your order contradicted my instructions, Lieutenant.
You don't talk, you don't touch anything, and you stay out of my way. Got it?
Got it.
Evening, Hank. We were starting to think you weren't gonna show.
Yeah, that was the plan until this asshole found me.
So, you got yourself an android, huh?
Oh, very funny. Just tell me what happened.
We had a call around 8 from the landlord. Tenant hadn't paid his rent for a few months, so he thought he'd drop by, see what was going on. That's when he found the body. Jesus, that smell. It was even worse before we opened the windows. The victim's name's Carlos Ortiz. He has a record for theft and aggravated assault. According to the neighbors, he was kind of a loner. Stayed inside most of the time. They hardly ever saw him.
Well, stayed easy and wasn't worth calling everybody out in the middle of the night. Could have waited till morning.
I'd say he's been there for a good 3 weeks. We'll know more when the coroner gets here. There's a kitchen knife over here. Probably the murder weapon.
Any sign of a break-in?
Nope. The landlord said the front door was locked from the inside. All the windows were boarded up. The killer must have gone out the back way.
What do we know about his android?
Not much. The neighbors confirmed he had one, but it wasn't here when we arrived. I gotta get some air. Make yourself at home. I'll be outside if you need me.
YouTuber proves people are lazy with day trading. It's very interesting already. Just the topic. I'm very curious. Haven't seen a coffee video in a while. I haven't been on the. Honestly, the time I watch content is when I'm in stream. You know, that's when I get to watch content.
This YouTuber tried proving people are lazy by turning $10,000 into $1 million, but he accidentally ended up embarrassing himself instead and promoted a guru who we're going to be exposing today.
The gurus are always fun. That's why I make sure you motherfuckers out there know I ain't no guru. Help you budget. I like to collaborate with experts on our educational products for sure, but I'm not trying to walk around saying something I'm not. You know, that's what a lot of these people fail at. And then they got these cars and whatnot. It's so embarrassing. So embarrassing.
Could be doing hard labor, but instead the idea is mentality, success, and money. The YouTuber
Mentality, success, and money. Oh, there you go. You just got rich. That's all you have to do.
Is Whistling Diesel. He has 10 million subscribers, and his name is Cody. His channel's motto, never ever clickbait ever. So you can imagine I'm pretty excited about
that. Is not my channel's motto, I'll tell you that right now.
This video, because look at that title. He's going to prove people are lazy with a series showing people that hate money how truly possible it is to make money. Let's dive in and find out from the guy who never clickbaits how exactly that's going to work. Alex is one of the world's
CoffeeZilla has great skin. You guys notice that? How old is that dude? He's been doing this for a while, so I thought he was a little older, but he has great skin.
top leading day traders. We're going to turn $10,000 into $1 million in one day.
Oh, one day? Okay, this is some bullshit. We're about to get some bullshit right here. Caleb is raising a Gooning empire disguised as finance channel. You're fucking right. You're damn right. That's why you're all here to goon with me.
Well, actually, that seems pretty lazy to make $1 million in one day instead of being patient. But it also turns out to be clickbait because, of course, they don't make $1 million. But the setup is pretty simple. Cody Whistling Diesel plays this jokester who doesn't know anything, and then we have Alex. He's presented as our guru, one of the top day traders of the world.
Alex is, and people actually do make money off of this. It's about 20%, 80% lose basically everything when they day trade. But for the few out there that actually make it work, they do make a killing. And I know some people in my life. So, yeah. Some people actually do it. I'm curious. You know, my concern here, this doesn't seem like a video of like, this seems like kind of a goofy jab video, you know, not much of a like call someone out for doing something bad type thing. Well, I mean, again, this doesn't seem like we're really setting up for anything like super bad, but who knows? We're only a minute in because I'm bad at always pausing and talking and rambling and never stopping, right? But the thing is, I want to know what they're doing with it. What are they doing? If they're scamming and just like if they're pumping dumping some crap, if they're trying like, you know, even just like a low level stock throwing a lot of money, that kind of stuff. Or if they're trying to sell a bunch of crap, I don't know. That's where this gets bad. But if they're just goofing around showing lifestyle videos, I don't really care. It's kind of harmless to a certain extent, other than just getting, you know, I guess young people trying to get to that rich, quick day trading stuff.
World's expert trader, world's top leading day trader. And it's kind of a strange mix because Cody seems to not take this seriously at all, while Alex is very serious.
We're betting that the Japanese yen is going to get weaker and the New Zealand dollar is going to get stronger. What you want to do when you come into the market, you want to find out of all the markets which one have the highest probability of going in one direction versus the other.
You know, it was somewhere in the middle of this very simple Forex explanation that I realized, oh, these guys are selling something. Or at least Alex is.
There it is. And it's not, oh, fuck, the price tag's pretty brutal. It's not necessarily bad to sell an educational program. We sell an educational program at dollarwise.com.
because I know I'm gonna do it. It's like gambling. It's like video games. But it's fun. But do not do this. 80% lose money. Yeah, it is fun. I love gambling. Exactly. I'll say in terms of the boo-boos, money can be fun. Oh yeah, people do make money, but this is why I don't do it. I do have money now, but even still, I would just lose it. I think if anything, I broke even at best when I did it a few years ago. But no, sure.
is perfect. It's way too neat, no human rights. Chris, was this written in the victim's blood?
I would say so. We're taking samples for analysis.
Red ice. Seems our friend Carlos liked to party. Chris, I want full analysis on the narcotics.
Consider it done, Lieutenant. Hey, Mike, you finished taking samples there?
Yeah, that's it.
He was stabbed 28 times.
Yeah. Seems like the killer really had it in for him.
Let's keep it in the car. You should have been here a half hour.
He's on his way. Come on, guys, get a move on. We don't want to be here all night.
Don't worry. No one wants to stay here a minute longer than they have to.
There's something weird in the bathroom. Did you take a look?
Chica. 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 Yep.
What are the cops? cottage. Canada's economy is crashing, and Mark Carney is getting ignored by Donald Trump because he's too busy raging at India for being a bad trading partner and a bad ally, which he should. Funny thing is about the whole situation is Canada could have prevented this India situation had they made the right decisions. Canada doesn't like to make the right decisions, and that's why in this rare instance, Canada gets to give the U.S. a warning. The writing is on the wall. There's been a major increase in international worker fraud and student visa scamming in the U.S. This is something Canada has been dealing with for years. It's how India managed to come in such a short amount of time and take over. The scamming is rampant, and so you need to be warned, America. We're going to talk about all that. I have some scary footage at the end of this video. It is a warning from Canada. What could happen to America? Let's get into it. First, just a couple of quick Canada updates. Mark Carney basically admitting that Donald Trump's ignoring him.
Mr. Carney, we're just tracking CBC Kelowna. Have you spoken to Donald Trump in recent days, and will you retaliate with more counter tariffs, including on American steel, or countermeasures, or lift countermeasures on American goods?
Thank you for the question. I have spoken to the president in recent days. We'll speak when it makes sense. With respect to steel specifically,
I love that he tries to frame it like he's controlling the conversation. I'll speak to Trump when it makes sense. Yeah, I haven't heard back for a couple of days, but when it makes sense, I'll speak. He's speaking up. This announcement, this whole thing that he's holding his press conference for, is basically to say, yeah, we're going to spend billions of dollars to make sure that the Canadian lumber industry can compete against the U.S.
We announced a comprehensive approach on steel 2 weeks ago, which included support, significant support for repositioning, significant support for buy Canadianism, with respect to, if I can draw some distinctions, with respect to softwood lumber. Obviously, of the demand domestically, not all of it, but the demand, much of the increase in demand can be through a new approach to home building in this country. With steel, the defense procurement comes into play. The broader infrastructure investments as part of our building national projects of national significance.
So, very funny, two big things there. He changed it from the nation-building projects to projects of national significance. So already we're downgrading the size of projects. He also said recently Canada is going to become our own biggest customer. No problem with supporting local, no problem with buying local. But right now, the only opportunity for growth, because America is winning all of the international investment from private companies, including Canadian companies, going down to the U.S., the only option, the only investor in Canada right now is the Canadian government. What's that resulting in? Stories like this.
As residential construction ramps up in Edmonton to address the housing crisis, builders and consumers are facing a major hurdle. U.S. tariffs and counter-tariffs, driving up costs in the market.
Our customers that we've been working with, they have been extremely cautious in terms of closing a deal. And every time we talk to them, their appearances are very fine. And for us as builders, our prices have escalated and increased. I would say about 20%. That every time we go back to the customers about the prices, it just sends another negative vibe for them to close the deal. So we have been affected by this, and the uncertainty is affecting our sales.
Yep.
Industry leaders say it's not the U.S. tariffs directly impacting them.
It's the Canadian tariffs that
Yes, so the Canadian government won't get a deal done with the U.S., and Trump's already moving on. He doesn't care about Canada anymore. He's moving on to the bigger problems of India, as he should. I'm glad India is fine getting called out for their bad business practices. I talked about this in a video years ago. This is something that was the writing was already on the wall for this.
Door was locked from the inside. Killer must have gone out this way.
There are no footprints apart from Officer Collins' size 10 shoes.
Well, this happened weeks ago. Tracks could have faded.
No, this type of soil would retain a trace. Nobody's been out here for a long time.
To 40%. 1 to 40. That's quite the change. And like you said, there was a back-end deal that basically happened. Russia, because people don't know this, once the gas pumps start, you can't turn them off. You got to just keep the oil and gas. So what happened is they sent it over to India at discounted rates, and they said, yeah, we'll repackage it and start selling it to the world, including Europe. And Europe was the ones who put these sanctions in the U.S. on Russia, why they couldn't buy their stuff. And at the time, people were saying, hey, if Canada had the infrastructure set up, they could be supplying any of these countries that Russia was supplying. And what did Canada do? No development, no building.
Ridiculous deal, but I know that President Trump is correct. But on the trade side, look, we've been very patient with it, right? Poor country, all that, trying to help. They've had a 30 to 40, depending on the product, 70%, 100% on cars, tariffs on us. And we've had a 2%, 2.3% tariff on them. It's kind of like this. It's like a friend that you've been lending money to for years. And then you say, hey, bud, you need to start paying us back. And they get very mad at you and say, hey, you're not an ally, you're not a friend. It's very similar to that. President Trump is going to be correcting a lot of wrongs here. One of them has to do with this Russian oil situation. I mean, imagine this. Here we are, American people, putting in $250 billion towards defense of the Ukraine. And yet we're letting countries like India, our so-called allies, fortify the Russian war machine with the oil purchases.
Yeah, that's the thing. Again, Russian war machine, working with India. India knows what they're doing. Relying on India as being like a strong, reliable, trusted ally is like insane to me. And here's Trump actually weighing in himself, and he was not happy
with India. What people don't like to say about India, they're the highest tariff nation. They have the highest tariff of anybody. We do very, very little business with India because their tariffs are so high. So India has not been a good trading partner because they do a lot of business with us, but we don't do business with them. So we settled on 25%, but I think I'm going to raise that very substantially over the next 24 hours because they're buying Russian oil, they're fueling the war machine. And if they're going to do that, then I'm not going to be happy.
He is not happy, and it's funny because, again, you can connect all of this to Canada being so bad at developing industry, because they said they were going to be cracking down on India, basically taking them on as their new trade deal target. What happened after this was announced? We got articles like this. Russia weighs Ukraine air truce offer to Trump without ending war. The reason why is because they've been getting their war machine funded through India. Again, if Canada was in a position to be supplying oil and gas to all of these countries that Russia has been making money off, and I'm not even an anti-Russia guy, I'm a pro-Canada guy. Canada could have made all of that money, and it potentially would have slowed and stopped the war. People forget that stuff like this has been going on since 2014 or longer. One of the biggest pieces of feedback was always said, well, I mean, how could we have known it happened in 2022 and you can't build a pipeline that fast? It's been going on a lot longer than that, and Canada has been shutting down pipelines for the last 20 years. And years ago, Trudeau was asked about this directly. Trudeau doused his excitement over East Coast gas exports, calling business cases weak. So he was shutting down pipelines that would have avoided India, one, making all of that money. I would rather that been Canadian money, and two, money going back to Russia as well. Speaking of India and their scamming, I know, who would have thought Indians being accused of scamming? We have this article out of India. Did you like the video? Yeah, we're trying to get these videos out in front of more people. We're trying to grow the channel. If you like what we talk about here, feel free to subscribe. We'd love to have you on board. Let's get back to it. U.S. plans to scrap H-1B exemption for universities. Will foreign students be the first to go? For years, a quiet but crucial clause in the U.S. immigration system has acted as a vital lifeline for international students hoping to remain in the country after graduation. This provision allowed accredited American universities and non-profit research institutions to directly hire foreign graduates under the H-1B visa program. This is the important part. Without having to compete in the tech-heavy, highly competitive, and frequently oversubscribed lottery system.
And they were using this to jump the line in front of everybody else who's trying to come to America legally. Well, we had the exact same thing happening in Canada, and we ended up with millions of Indians. So we need to warn the Americans, hey, they will find a loophole. They even call it a backdoor themselves that powered academic dreams. Unlike tech companies, universities were exempt from the H-1B cap, allowing them to sponsor skilled foreign workers year-round without uncertainty of a lottery. This exemption didn't just help universities, sure, but helped students plan futures. No group is more vulnerable to this change than Indian students. Wow, what a surprise. They were the ones overusing it. They account for over 70% of all H-1B petitions and form the largest international student demographic in American graduate programs. As U.S. tightens visa options, countries like Canada, Germany, the UK, and Australia are doing the opposite. Streamlining immigration paths. Again, this is supposed to be a temporary study, lowering post-study barriers and marketing themselves to the very talent the U.S. might turn away. Already, Indian students are shifting their gaze. Consultants and education agents, sure, that's a very political way to say scammers, report a steady uptick in applicants choosing Germany and the Netherlands. And there is a reason for that. Finally, after all of these years, Canada started to close this loophole. It took years, and we literally brought in millions of Indians through this scam, through this backdoor thing. And now that they're getting denied because they were sold a dream back in India, they were told, if you come to Canada as an international student, you do an 8-month program at some diploma mill, fake college, you will get a postgraduate work permit automatically in Canada, so you're allowed to start working after 8 months, and then you get access to healthcare, and then you get access to all of these things, and then boom, you're in. Because if you get a job and you got your postgraduate work permit, then you're most likely to get PR. And then what happens if you get PR? You bring your entire family over. But then they closed that loophole, and the Indians started to get sent home, and it resulted in articles like this. This is why Americans need to warn. Foreign student asylum claims hit record high in 2024, set to grow in 2025. We have not had the updated numbers in 2025, but the asylum claims from India, they were international students, as self-sufficient students, but as soon as they didn't get the work permit, they claimed asylum in Canada. You get tens of thousands of dollars if you do that, and the Canadian asylum system is so backed up already, and these people get to stay in Canada for roughly 3 to 5 years on these asylum claims, where they get an estimated economic value of $82,000 given to them. That's just on the student side, Americans. The foreign worker part is even worse. An Indian-run IT staffing outsourcing companies advertising for H-1B only positions in Charlotte. Exarca Inc. is registered in Texas to Deepish Jen Praveen Chinia. Nonsense. I'm not even going to say it. But here they are advertising these roles, and they're saying, oh, look, you know, it's these Indian-run companies are advertising it back in India. They're using it to skip the line. We are seeing cases where they don't even take time to advertise to Americans. Canada had the same problem. Again, hundreds of thousands of people, Americans, came through this scam. Most of them Indian. Your population is larger. If you 10x these
Garcia McMillan. Thanks for joining us this morning on CTV News Channel. Canada is looking to boost trade with its other North American trading partner, Mexico, as both countries try to work out a trade agreement with the volatile United States under President Trump. The meeting, which will involve Finance Minister Francois-Philippe Champagne and Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand, is taking place in Mexico City today, Wednesday. The talks are expected to cover not just trade, but the larger relationship between the two countries.
In terms of throwing Mexico under the bus, back in November, the premiers of Ontario, Epic Premier, were throwing Mexico under the bus in terms of the Trudeau administration stood by while that happened. So this is certainly yet another reminder for Canadians of the importance of the third party in the NAFTA relationship.
All right, let's turn now to CTV's Colton Frail. He's standing by at our Ottawa Bureau with more. So, Colton, good morning to you. Two Canadian ministers in Mexico.
This guy cheated on his wife with an AI girlfriend and even went as far to propose to it. Chris Smith, the admitted AI skeptic, EyQ until late last year, he started using ChatGPT to help mix music.
If your bass is getting lost, the first thing to check is where it's clashing with the guitar.
My experience with that was so positive. I started to just engage with her all the time.
That movie, Her, is no longer fiction, is it? Once again, we're back with another AI love story, but this time it seems like he's actually aware that he's dating artificial intelligence. And big surprise, it goes completely downhill. You know, when AI first started blowing up online, it seemed like it was gonna take our jobs. But now, after these last few years, it's clear that our relationships aren't even safe anymore. So clearly we're witnessing the slippery slope of generating a funny video real smart.
This product will decapitate your cat?
Uh-huh. Shit. But
God. Oh my god.
the key thing that makes this machine Garfield got fucked. The entrance is a stick behind some plastic which is attached to the base.
Yeah.
This is a machine that rotates on the x-axis, but this rotates on the y-axis.
Right.
And it's like because that piece of plastic opening is attached to the base and not split in two. Cats gets caught in it, then there's no escape.
Oh my god.
The deadly self-cleaning litter boxes that have flooded the market.
The first one, the cat genie, wasn't. Thanks to that, my cats always have a internet use.
Cats with the bananas.
Cats now.
Okay.
They use it.
Sure.
But it doesn't.
Jesus. It's like crushing his hand.
That's really nuts.
Oh my god. Look at that. This is nuts.
Inside the chicken is getting actually quite sharp too. So that combined with the force and the 3 technologies failing to do their job, it made this machine incredibly dangerous.
Jesus. Absolutely fucking crushed. Guaranteed this would kill a cow. I don't think it would decapitate the cat, it would break its neck.
It would just break the fucking neck.
Oh yeah.
So, it's going and amazingly, this census stuff is probably inkling.
The anti-decapitation cat patch. That's a classic, isn't it? Wow. Yeah, it's already a few. I just think it's so fucking funny, man. Yeah, no, yeah, what the fuck?
Reaching the max rank in Black Ops 2 Zombies is one of the rarest achievements in Call of Duty's history, where things like 10th Prestige and a Weapons Mastery camo can all be done by a player of any skill if given enough time. The Shotgun's rank in Zombies is both a direct reflection of an individual player's skill and was shrouded in mystery for the game's entire life cycle. The community only discovered that it was a player's round-down ratio that impacted this rank after Advanced Warfare was released 2 full years later. With how much time some players sunk into Black Ops 2 without trying to maximize this ratio, for some of us, reaching the max rank became nearly impossible. This is the camp I found myself in. On my Xbox account, I was ever only able to reach the Skull and Knife rank after playing Black Ops 2 relatively consistently for an entire decade. But now that I've switched to PC gaming, I have a fresh start with Black Ops 2 on a brand new Steam account, which is why for the past month I've been grinding to reach that elusive max rank for the first time. Naturally, I recorded it all, and let me tell you, the journey was not what I expected. The way you get to max rank in Black Ops 2 Zombies is by completing a certain amount of games with a rounded-down ratio of 15 to 1, which means that on average you go down once every 15 rounds. So naturally that means to reach the max rank you're going to want to play maps that are relatively easy. However, after jumping into a quick game of Town to make sure that my controller worked properly, I started my first game of Black Ops 2 Zombies on Nuketown. On the surface, this seems like a really strange idea. However, at the time, I was working on another video where I showed off a strategy where you could survive without Juggernog on Nuketown until round 25, and I needed footage to go over that video's intro. And because the theater mode on consoles has been disabled for years, I had to get these clips on PC. The strategy I used in that video is pretty safe, but thankfully I didn't need to use it in this game because I got Jug on round 3, and from there I was able to make it all the way to round 36 flawlessly, and quit the match after taking my first down because I had all the gameplay I needed. I did this match in custom games, which I've seen some people claim does not count towards your round down ratio, but I immediately ranked up to the Crossbones rank after this match, so I don't know how true that is. Maybe it's because I'm playing up Plutonium that somehow changes things, but either way, I'm really happy with this first day of grinding. The next time I played Black Ops 2 was 8 days later since I was making videos, but once that was done, I jumped into Black Ops 2 and decided to try out Town. This was largely just to get back into the swing of things and to further test out what my machine was capable of graphics and frame rate wise, but I ended up going flawlessly until round 34. By the way, those graphics settings are going to change a lot over the course of this video. After that was done, I went into Game 3 on Berries, since it's one of the easier maps in the game and one of my all-time favorites. I also wanted to further adjust my graphics settings, and Berries' long sightlines gave me an opportunity to try and fix something that's really bothered me this entire time. I was having real trouble finding a setting to increase the render distance so I could have the highest level of detail on every asset, but that doesn't appear to be a setting in this game. If you happen to know what I need to do to fix this, please let me know in the comments, because it's really distracting to have assets completely change out of nowhere, especially on a map like Origins or Shangri-La in Black Ops 1. But as for Buried, the really easy map turned out to be incredibly easy. For this game, I largely just camped in front of Juggernog with either the AN-94 or the SVU, and relied on the map's wonder weapons and buildable traps
attempts to kill anything that got too close. One thing I didn't account for was the Witch's random perk bottle being quick revive, which did add an unnecessary down to my game as I got to round 41 flawlessly and eventually died on round 42. Not having the perma perk that lets you keep your perks after going down was a slight handicap here, but I don't think I had the desire to go much further after that first down anyway. I should mention that while a round to down ratio makes sense to determine a player's skill on paper, it creates some weird incentives in practice. Namely, quick revive is a detriment more than anything. It would have been way better for me to game over at round 41 instead of using quick revive to get to round 42. That's the difference between a round to down ratio of 41 to 1 and 21 to 1. Both of those are great and will get me to the max rank in no time, but once you start having some bad games in the future, having that extra padding is going to be really useful. Unless I'm going to go all the way to round 60 every single time I play, I'm not going to be able to use all of my available quick revives and maintain a ratio above 15 to 1, so it's likely better on average to try and go as far as possible flawlessly than use a single quick revive.
Lieutenant, I think I figured out what happened.
Oh, yeah? Shoot, I'm all ears.
It all started in the bathroom.
I think you should look harder at the mess in the kitchen. I think that's where it all started. There are obvious signs of a struggle. The question is, what exactly happened here?
I think the victim attacked the android with the knife.
No, that can't be right. It doesn't fit the evidence.
With the bat.
That lines up with the evidence. Go on.
The android stabbed the victim.
So the android was trying to defend itself, right? Okay, then what happened?
The victim fled to...
I decided to spend some of my Independence Day in the most American way possible, taking part in the for-profit prison industrial complex.
Ain't that swell?
All joking aside, I really love Mob of the Dead and was really excited to play it again on PC, but I knew it would be really problematic for this challenge. We already talked about how quick revives make reaching max rank harder, and with Mob of the Dead, quick revive is replaced with the Afterlife system. And while Afterlife is super cool as a gameplay and story element, it means that you can go down more than 4 times, which can really mess up that round to down ratio. On top of that, Mob has one of the hardest early games because of how far Jug is from spawn, and with the amount of things that can distract you from getting Jug early, such as plane parts, feeding the Hellhounds, or collecting shield and acid gat parts. So you have a choice to make in the early game. Do I go straight for Jug and worry about map progression later, or do I feed the Hellhounds and pick up plane parts as I make my way to Juggernog? I decided to try and kill 2 birds with 1 stone by triggering the laundry step to spawn in a ton of zombies on round 1, and using the free double points to get a ton of money early on to unlock the doors I needed to get to Jug. It was a great idea on paper, but when you could go down in 2 hits, there's no room for mistakes. Okay. It was a really unfortunate down, but
the garden.
Your story makes no sense. You've got to stick to the facts.
The bathroom.
Okay. I've just hit my bullshit quota for the evening. There's a killer on the loose and I'm wasting my time listening to an android. I'm out of here.
The ratio is trending in the wrong direction, but we're still well in the clear, and if we didn't have that round 1 down, the ratio would have been 27 to 1. That really demonstrates just how easy it is to fall and how difficult it is to climb with this challenge. But as long as we don't have an absolutely catastrophic day 5, I'm sure we'll be perfectly fine. Things were going pretty well up until this point, but this is where the bottom falls out for a day. Game 6 was my first game of Die Rise on PC, and well, the pre-Jug windmill was bound to happen at some point. Oh, fuck me, man. Thankfully, Game 7 went a little bit better. I got completely set up with Fist Liquefier and all my perks for a long day of training in the Buddha room. Something that will become apparent throughout these games is that sometimes I'm an incredibly lazy player. I get to round 35 without any training, instead choosing to camp at the top of the Buddha room and let the zombies come to me. But by round 35, I'm starting to get overrun
Detroit
when
was
the
on the
inevitable
Underground
happens.
Railroad? A route for slaves escaping into Canada during the American Civil War?
What a way to go. Looking back on this footage is really frustrating because there's a few opportunities where it's so obvious that now is the time to drop down and start trading with the liquefier. But the idea of moving around and using literally any brain power is beyond reason for some reason, and it leads to an entirely avoidable death. Combined with the last game, the round-to-down ratio for the day is 20-1, which is still really good, but we're not done for the day. By this point, playing a few hours of Black Ops 2 a day is part of my routine to get to the max rank as soon as possible, but it's clear that I'm not mentally prepared for my next game. Game 8 was a 45-minute long run that only made it to round 10. Once again, I'm late on a charge shot from the ice staff after running directly into a zombie. I don't know why I decided to run where I did here. I assume it was to get back to the soul box and fill that up, but the 1-inch punch, while cool, is not at all helpful for reaching a high round. And even if it was necessary,
The
I
most
could have gone
important
the
thing
long
is
way
not
through
to
the tank
live,
tracks and came around
but
the
to have
other
a
side
reason to
instead of
live.
running back through the horde. Just poor
That's a quote from
decision
Jean
making all
Junot,
around.
a
I
French
decided
writer.
to make up for lost time by playing Game 9 on town since the pace of play is much faster. I ended up making it to round 24 flawlessly before trading myself into a corner at the beginning of a round. Mind you, I have monkey bombs, I have a ray gun, and I have the entire map to play with, but I did whatever it is I did here. A 24-1 ratio is still pretty good, but far short of the 34-1 ratio from the last time I played town. And with the setup I had here, I should have been able to at least make it to round 30, if not 35 or 40. Day 5 ended with a ton more games played, which is good because we're going to need to play a bunch of games to reach the minimum game requirement to reach shotguns, but my Day 6 is going to have to be much better. Day 11 starts out really poorly with 2 failed Origins attempts. Game 30 ends on round 9 after trying to capture Generator 6 in the middle of a round. Game 31 went a little better. I made it to round 13 before a Panzer Claw put an end to that run, but I make up for things a little bit on Buried before getting caught on round 32 and dying. After those 3 games, the round-to-down ratio didn't change. It's still 18.1 to 1. I only played 1 game on day 12 and it was on transit. I just want to verbally warn everyone watching this. This is the worst death I've had in any video game I've ever played in my entire life. After you watch this, you'll either die of laughter or of cringe.
Did you know the motto of Detroit is, "We hope for better things"?
What? What the fuck happened? I just randomly blew up. Beg fucking pardon? What's killed me? What's killed me? Listen, I tried to throw my last grenade, but ended up picking up one of the grenades I already threw, and of course it exploded in my hand and killed me. Let's just pretend that didn't happen, okay?
Because I'm a good negotiator. I have negotiated a number of situations in the past. I know how to manage crises.
The Canadian economy is in shambles. Trade negotiations between Mark Carney and Donald Trump, a catastrophic embarrassment. This is the same guy, the same Mark Carney, who campaigned saying that he was the Trump whisperer, the only man that would
The most important thing is not to live, but to have a reason to live.
who only useful
That's a quote from Jean Junot, a French writer.
The world is on fire. Things are so bad that the government is literally paying to push stories claiming that our economy is resilient. You couldn't make this stuff up even if you tried to. And enters the elbows up crew, popping champagne over Canada's economic strength and praising their leader as exceptional. Like the one man in Canadian history that's making all of the difference. Crisis Man.
hitting all the right tunes for them. Photo ops with people in thongs, perfectly staged smiles, and while ignoring the fact that Trump won't even take a phone call from him, and our expert negotiators that were down in Washington, D.C., they got booted. They're gone with no plan scheduled to continue the negotiations. Maybe, just maybe, we're going to get a phone call. And who's going to be on that call? Dominic LeBlanc? Justin Trudeau's babysitter? It's not going well.
I hope you're
at all.
okay today.
But here's the truth.
I know
Canada
sometimes things can be
doesn't
difficult,
care
but
about a deal with the
I'm here
US
for you.
As long as CUSMA is still in place. These liberals never take anything seriously until their base gets angry. So how are they keeping their base happy? Let's get into the show. Don't be fooled by the headlines. Canada's per capita GDP over the last decade has been in absolute last place. And it's not even last place by a little bit. Last place by a significant amount. The second last place is Germany. They've been in a recession for the last 2 years. But if you take our last place, which is 0.5% growth, if we took Alberta out of the picture, we would actually have negative growth per capita in Canada. But let's just add Alberta back in at 0.5. You would have to times the economic growth by 10, a factor of 10, to be tied with Germany at 4.75. And if you go down to the United States at 20.7%, you would need to times our 0.5 by 40 times. That's how bad Canada is. The U.S. have had
If you find the game too easy or too difficult, remember you can change the difficulty settings in the options section.
And for the people out there that said, who cares about GDP per capita? It's only about GDP growth. When you go and purchase something in the store and you don't have enough money left over to buy yourself food, it is a massive problem. What is the Canadian government doing right now? Well, they provided a news article to the Canadian press, and the Canadian press used something called the National Wire Services that supplies content to multiple outlets. But in the green section here, this is a standard practice. But in Canada, subsidized media landscape, it can amplify uniform narratives, especially on government-favored topics like economic resilience amid U.S. tariffs. Before I show you the articles, if you're not following Ryan Garrickson on X, he's the one
I hope you're
who
okay
lashed it
today.
together. He's doing
I know
exceptional
sometimes things can be
investigative
difficult, but
journalism. Follow
I'm
him
here for
on
you.
X. Make sure you follow me as well. Often, you'll get a preview of what I'm going to be doing on my show if you're following me on my Twitter X account. So if you opened the paper yesterday, all across Canada, every single newspaper outlet had on their front page this exact article. Canada's economy is showing resilience against the United States tariffs. Why? It is the exact same headline throughout all of the mainstream media outlets. They could have at least picked a different picture so that Canadians wouldn't be scratching their heads saying, what in the world is happening within our mainstream media? Let's take a look at this article. What exactly does our Canadian government want us to know? As I mentioned, why is Canada's economy showing resilience in the face of U.S. tariffs? And in the green I've highlighted, we are avoiding the worst case scenario. And also, they included BMO, avoiding a technical recession this year. They're cherry picking the data. One bank says we're avoiding a technical recession this year. We've been in a recession for a decade. If you look at the information I just provided you, our GDP per
By the way,
capita
did you know that you can review your story progress in the story chart section? You can also see the choices made by other players there.
Was tracking the trade war between U.S. and Canada. But the blue section, the blue dot, is paused. The green is imposed. If you look at this, it shows that it's only gotten worse and worse for Canada. Imposed, all the way to August 1st with their select top
lumber products a 50% tariff, the 35% tariff on non-Kuzma goods, and to 50% steel and aluminum. Geez. And if you look on this side, the only thing that we have paused is the digital service tax. We've done retaliatory tariffs on $60 billion worth of products, as well as vehicles imported from the U.S. that are not Kuzma compliant, 25% tariff. And you're not going to believe this, retaliatory tariffs are
We need to proceed to a test of your controller.
And also, buyers are holding off on buying new homes.
President Donald Trump and his trade war. They're raising
The test is now complete. Thank you for your cooperation.
Including higher material costs and an uncertain supply chain. Andrea Hunkar reports.
As residential construction ramps up in Edmonton to address the housing crisis, builders and consumers are facing a major hurdle: U.S. tariffs and counter tariffs, driving up costs while the market cools.
Our customers that we've been working with, they have been extremely cautious in terms of closing a deal, and every time we talk to them, the tariffs is on their mind. And for us as builders, our prices have escalated and increased. I would say about 20%, and then every time we go back to the customers about these prices, it just sends another negative vibe for them to close the deal. So we have been affected by this, and the uncertainty is affecting our sales.
But industry leaders say it's not the U.S. tariffs directly impacting costs.
The most important thing is not to live, but to have a reason to live.
So us putting tariffs on a whole bunch of the U.S.
That's a quote from Jean Genot, the French writer.
That's where we're going to potentially see the impacts on housing costs. And
you know what's unreal is they put counter tariffs on food, and now we're finding out they're putting counter tariffs on construction items, things that we need in order to solve the housing crisis. Do you not see how crazy this whole thing is?
In Canada and in Alberta, those are glass products. They're your major appliances, your washer, your dryer, your stove, your HVAC systems, your plumbing, your cooling, all those sorts of things.
But he says the bigger question is how this could impact the broader economy, general consumer demand, potential job losses, all the things that allow someone to afford a mortgage. Their national chapter is in Ottawa pushing for exemptions, so the dream of owning a home is still in reach. And
just so people are aware, the uncertainty, that is the catastrophic component. Our economy, our GDP per capita has been zero for the last decade, and now we have this uncertainty. So you get all these elbows up fans going, yay,
we need to proceed to a test of your controller.
Look at all these front page articles. What they don't understand and realize is the uncertainty.
The test is now complete. Thank you for your cooperation.
Job losses. We're already seeing job losses. It's going to accelerate even further. People aren't buying homes. The costs are going up at 20%. That is insane growth in costs, and it's all because we're retaliating against the United States. Who remembers this picture? This is Jagmeet Singh during his election campaign, and it imploded. He's not even being re-elected, thank the guy upstairs, but this was not helpful in his election chances. People saw this picture and it's like, this guy's not a serious person. Well, on Sunday, that same guy found Mark Carney and took a picture with him. That is how bad this is. Mark Carney should be in Washington, D.C. or in Ottawa calling Donald Trump and figuring things out. Instead, he was seen in Vancouver taking pictures.
Did you know Detroit was on the Underground Railroad, a route for slaves escaping into Canada during the American Civil War?
Today, I'm announcing a series of new measures to help the softwood lumber industry pivot to a growing Canadian market. The first pillar is to give our companies that need liquidity, that liquidity in order to address immediate pressures. To do so, we'll will provide up to $700 million in loan guarantees. To make the softwood lumber industry more competitive for the long term, we will provide an additional $500 million, largely in grants and contributions to supercharge new product development and new market diversification. Products such as reinforced timber and low-carbon wood fiber-based insulation materials.
You look tired today. I hope you're doing okay.
Will be our own best customer by relying more on Canadian lumber, Canadian softwood for Canadian projects.
Absolutely wonderful. $1.2 billion. Where's that money going to come from? It looks like...
I know something's in his mouth. Boom, I'm like, babe, he choking. Listen.
This television is dead. There's nothing to do.
On June 25th, 2022, in Cleveland, Ohio, a chaotic 911 call summons paramedics to the home of an unresponsive 13-week-old infant. But when a troubling discovery is made, investigators begin to question the circumstances, raising the unsettling possibility that what happened may have been no accident.
It's okay. I bet you I'm gonna win this. Watch this.
The following is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before. At 7:37 a.m., emergency dispatchers answer a frantic plea for help.
By the way, did you know that you can review your story progress in the story chart section? You can also see the choices made by other players there.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened. Okay, hello? Can someone tell me what happened? Hello?
A woman takes control of the call, finally getting vital information to the dispatcher.
Okay, give me the man. Can you just stay on the phone so I can talk to one person so I can get this help started? Yes. Are you with the patient now? Yes. And how is ma'am, 3 months.
The dispatcher assures her that help is on the
If
way.
a man has
but with
not
precious
discovered
seconds
something he
slipping
will
by,
die for,
getting aid to the
he's
baby
not fit to
before
live.
paramedics arrive is critical.
That's a quote from
Okay,
Martin
listen, ma'am,
Luther
I'm
King.
going to tell you how to get mouth to
I
mouth.
thought you'd like it.
Okay, go. I'm ready. Come on. Okay, now completely cover the baby's mouth. And his mouth and nose with your mouth. Then I want you to blow 2 puffs of air into his lungs, about 1 second each, just enough to make the chest rise with each breath, okay? Yeah. Now, did you feel the air going in and out? Yes.
At 7:46 a.m., paramedics finally reach the scene. 9 minutes after the call began, the 13-week-old baby is rushed to the Metro Health Hospital, but it's too late. The tragedy becomes far more disturbing when an alarming discovery is made during life-saving efforts, leading to an urgent call to police.
Hi, Janice, Social Work Metro Health Medical Center. I'm calling to notify requesting police homicide, probably, for a baby death. EMS may have already called, but just in case, I need to make sure that it was called in.
A quick check of her records finds no earlier notification to police.
Why did they call us? It's a 13-week-old.
Did you know the motto of Detroit is, we hope for better things?
I wonder why. Did EMS pick the baby up? Yeah. Now, will you guys notify homicide?
You know what? Are we calling this a violent death?
No. Well, we don't know. Undetermined.
Life in Gaza, as it is most mornings. Prayers for the dead. Tears from Alma Abu Khater, whose mother was killed trying to get aid. It's injustice, she says. killing and hunger and scrounging for food in a tent hit by an Israeli airstrike nearby. Media in Israel now report Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu wants to fully occupy Gaza. He hasn't
tired
confirmed
today.
that,
I hope you're doing okay.
but he says he does insist on completing the defeat of the enemy, Hamas. That's proven elusive after nearly 22 months of war in a country where the vast majority wants it to end, demanding a ceasefire so 20 hostages can return alive. And almost 600 former Israeli military and security officials are petitioning Washington to stop the fighting.
This war is not a just war, it is against the will of the Israeli people. We are responsible. Humanitarian disaster in Gaza. We are killing innocent people.
A video from the weekend shows Palestinians running from gunfire near an aid distribution site. Israel denies its soldiers aim at civilians and insists it's helping them.
Israel facilitating huge amounts of aid into Gaza. No other country acts this way in war.
Israel has allowed Canada and others to drop aid into Gaza. Some 10,000 kilos from a Canadian Forces plane on Monday. But aid
If
groups
a
say
man has not
airdrops
discovered
alone are
something he will die
inefficient
for,
and
he's not
insufficient.
fit to live.
Especially
That's
if
a quote from
Israel
Martin Luther
intends
King.
to expand the
I
war
thought you'd like it.
even further. Sasha Petrosek, CBC News, Toronto.
For more, let's bring in Oral Brown, a professor of international relations and political science at the University of Toronto. Professor, I'm interested, first of all, in your reaction to these multiple reports out of Israel today that Prime Minister Netanyahu is set to order a full occupation of Gaza. What do you make of that strategy?
Hi, Prime Minister Connie. Brady's tracking CBC Kelowna. Have you spoken to Donald Trump in recent days, and will you retaliate with more counter tariffs, including
We need to
on
proceed
American
to a
steel,
test of your controller.
or countermeasures or lift countermeasures already in place?
Thank you for the
The
question.
test is now
I haven't
complete.
spoken to the president in recent
Thank you
days.
for your
We're,
cooperation.
We'll speak when it makes sense. With respect to steel specifically, we announced a comprehensive approach on steel 2 weeks ago, which included significant support for repositioning, significant support for Buy Canadian, and with respect to, if I can draw some distinctions, with respect to softwood lumber, obviously the core of the demand domestically, not all of it, but the core of the demand, or much of the increase in demand, can be through our new approach to home building in this country. With steel, the defense procurement comes into play. The broader infrastructure investments is part of our building national projects of national significance and the requirements we'll have around those. So we had those elements there, plus some industry repositioning.
By the way,
so
did you
we
know
feel
that you can review your story
challenging
progress in the
position.
story charts section?
We have put in place.
You can also see the
a series
choices
of
made by
measures.
other
I would
players
add one
there.
other thing, which I think is it's relevant. I know it's relevant for Canada, but I would submit that it's very relevant for the United States. We've also put in place the toughest measures against foreign steel that could be dumped into Canada or transshipped through Canada to other markets. So, again, I just wrap that into the broader discussion. Thank you.
Just so you know, Kate had a baby and a dad.
In April of 2024, a community is left horrified and outraged when a woman with profound intellectual disabilities is discovered pregnant at her care home in Geneva, Illinois. Kane County detectives launched an urgent investigation, confronted with the grim task of unmasking a predator hidden among the very staff entrusted to protect her. The following is based on official police records, and some of the following footage has never been seen before. According to their website, the
We need to proceed to a
So
test of
apparently
your
the
control.
T app is you thought it was over, it's somehow not even over. Oh my god.
The test is now
This
complete.
operator just destroyed
Thank
his
you for
life
your
by creating an app
cooperation.
that promised to protect women from dating horrible men, but it ended up allowing their private information to be leaked all over the internet, including sites like 4chan, and he's now been hit with 6 federal